2025. Making their way into the ring now for the Miniature Hereford Show is going to be, again, Class 101 of Fall Junior Heifer Calves, calved July 1st through December 31st of 2025. Within this class, we'll have a single entry. We have entry 5218 coming from Cooper Clements. This is the only class in the division, so therefore first place within this class will become your champion Fall Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, let's give this young man a round of applause for bringing out his July heifer born out here. Even though she's a single entry, we have to appreciate the youthfulness and for her age and the quality and the structural integrity she has. Let's give him one more round of applause as we move through our show today.
Results for Class 101 on your Miniature Hereford Show is going to be champion Fall Junior Heifer Calf. That is 5218 from Cooper Clements. We'll get our ring reset, and we'll bring up Class 102A of our Summer Junior Heifer Calves over in your Aberdeen show. We have moved on to our purebred / percentage Summer Heifer Calves. This is June 1st of 2025 or after. We have 3 entries slated for this first class in our show for the Aberdeens. We have entry 3000 coming from Collie Hill of Sedalia, Kentucky, 3064 from Casey Bailey of Norris Springs, Iowa, and 3065 from Abby Torbert of Fairchild, Wisconsin. The class in the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is now Class 102A of Summer Junior Heifer Calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. We have entries 5307 from Canyon Dops, 5233 from Evie Mitchell, 5326 from Lillian Stavig, 5234 from Evie Mitchell, and 5211 from Chase Hunter. Those are your exhibitors that make up Class 102A of Summer Junior Heifer Calves. Results coming in for Class 19 of your purebred percentage summer heifer calves in your Aberdeen show. Third place, 3065 from Abby Torbert. Second place, 3064 from Casey Bailey. And your class winner was entry 3000 from Collie Hill. Walking in the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show is now going to be Class 20 in the program. These are purebred percentage summer heifer calves of May of 2025. Within this class, we'll have entries 3067 from Hadley Rankin of Boone, Iowa, 3068 from Easton Bowler of Kelowna, Iowa, 3070 comes from Wyatt Brock of Spring Hill, Kansas, 3071 comes from Madeline Rose Gable of Lafayette, Colorado, and rounding out our class is entry 3072 from Haley Rue of Whitewater, Wisconsin. Those are your entries that will make up Class 20 of your purebred percentage summer heifer calves. This is the last class within the division. After this, we will have our champion and reserve champion purebred / percentage summer heifer calves selected.
We get over here on our mini Hereford side. Young lady brings out the heifer here. For me, just the combination heifer. So much elegance in her balance and her length and flexibility as you ask her to get out and travel around the ring. Really have to appreciate everything about this one. For her age in the May-June class here, this is a really good female to start this off with. For me, the problem lies down here in second, third. Young lady's heifer's got a heifer that's so elegant and fresh and neat about her kind. Just maybe gives up the performance, but love the flexibility and travel as you ask her to get out and travel. But the young lady's heifer that comes out third maybe got some more performance and body and power, but just maybe wants to fight the halter. And maybe as she does that, she wants to knuckle over as she travels and maybe gives up some of that freshness and elegance for a youthfulness up through her front 1/3. Young lady comes out here next with the pink bow in her hair. Really like this one, just maybe gives up some of that power and performance and that elegance to her front 1/3 as the heifer's ahead of her. The young man that concludes the class here, really nice, love the rib shape and power. Just maybe wish we could balance her up a little bit, maybe thin down her neck and just maybe give her some more freshness and square her up through from hooks to pins, but just a really good female for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results for Class 102A of your Summer Junior Heifer Calves in your Miniature Hereford Show. Placing number 5 is 5233, Evie Mitchell. Fourth place was 5211, Chase Hunter. Third place, 5234 from Evie Mitchell. Second place was 5326 from Lillian Stavik. And your class winner was entry 5307 from Canyon Dobbs. Moving in the ring now at this time for your miniature Herefords is Class 102B. These are Summer Junior Heifer Calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. Within this class, we have entries from Darren Osmond, Charles McIntosh, Rafter P. Ranch, Alex Bumgardner, Lillian Stavig, and Mary Paganoff. These are your entries that will make up Class 102B. Your results for Class 20 of your purebred percentage summer heifer calves in the Aberdeen show: 5th place, 3070, comes from Wyatt Brock. 4th place, 3068 from Easton Bowler. 3rd place went to 3071 from Madeline Rose Gable. 2nd place was 3072 from Haley Rue. And your class winner was entry 3067 from Hadley Rankin. At this time within your Aberdeen show, we will now bring back our class winners, and our judge, Ms. Jeremy Viator, will select your champion and reserve champion purebred percentage summer heifer calves.
Back on Minnie's side here, the young lady leads out this first place heifer. For me, it's just the combination heifer, and I'm going to say that a lot today. I'm going to find cattle that maybe aren't the biggest bodied or biggest stoutest ones or have the most EST phrases you can put on them as we get out here, but this heifer for me just ties the most good together. She has some structural integrity. She has some flex and give. No, she's not the biggest bone. No, she's not the biggest topped one, but just has some elegance about her front 1/3 and just a really nice female for this young lady to go out here and exhibit. The young man that comes next here's a heifer maybe balances up a little better from the side, but maybe gives up some of that inner twist of her muscle from down in the lower 1/3, maybe gives up some of that cleanliness up through the front 1/3. Really good female, just maybe gives up some of that little extras to the heifer that leads off the class. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Here is the big powerhouse. Here's the stout featured one, big bodied, love her rib shape, love her muscle and everything. Just wish I could give this one some flex and give and relaxing in her joint work as she asks her to get out and travel. Young lady comes out next. Really love this one's length of spine and some of her pieces. Just wish we could square her up through her hip, maybe clean her up through her and extend her through her front 1/3. Maybe give her just a little more flex as you ask her to travel on that rear pasture, but just a nice female for this young lady. Love her rib shape. Young lady's heifer comes out next for me. Here's maybe the bigger scaled heifer, the longer spine female in the class. But for me, maybe that's some of that breed character and structural integrities, maybe some of her problems for this young lady. Love the length of spine and length and smoothness, but maybe wish I could power her up just a little bit. The young lady concludes the class. Love her youthfulness, love her elegance, and about her front 1/3. Just maybe just not have that performance and power as some of the heifers ahead of her. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Your champion percentage purebred summer heifer calf comes from Class 20. That is entry 3067 from Hadley Rankin. Your reserve champion is entry 3072 from Haley Rue. Some results to get to over in your miniature Hereford show. From Class 102B, your results: 6th place, 5327 from Lillian Stavik. 5th place, 5225 from Darren Osbent. 4th place, 5206 from Charles McIntosh. 3rd place was 5353 from Rafter P. Ranch. 2nd place was 5180 from Alex Baumgartner. And your class winner was entry 5334 from Mary Pagenkopf. At this time, in your miniature Hereford show, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 102A and B. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion summer junior heifer calves. Back in your Aberdeen show ring. In the ring at this time is now Class 22 in the program. This is purebred percentage late spring heifer calves of April of 2025. We have entries 3074 from Marshall Efforts of Iota, Minnesota. 3077 comes from Madeline Rose Gable of Lafayette, Colorado. 3078 comes from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho. 3079 from Haley Rue of Whitewater, Wisconsin. 3080 from William Wadsworth of Hiram, Maine. And 3081 comes from Rhett Nickel of Maud, Oklahoma. Those are your entries that will make up Class 22 within your Aberdeen show.
We get both our class winners out here in their respective seconds to get up for our lineup for our division. I I just talked them both in class, but for me, the two class winners are both very similar type and kind. They both have that balance and that combination of some structural integrity and some muscle and some femininity up through the front 1/3. But for me, it'd be the young lady out of the first class will be your division champion. The young lady out of the second class will be your reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your champion summer junior heifer calf comes from class 102A, that is 5307 from Canyon Dops. Your reserve champion summer junior heifer calf comes out of class 102B, that is 5334 from Mary Pagengoff. In the show ring right now for your miniature Herefords is Class 103 of Spring Junior Heifer Calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We have entries in this class from Brennan Thorson, Jordan Wilgenbush, Kason Jemmer, Lillian Stavig, Carly Allison, Judy Split, McKenna Camp, Mesa Arnold, and Kenyon Dops. This is the only class within the division, so therefore first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion Spring Junior Heifer Calves. Results coming in for Class 22 of your Aberdeen show. 6th place, 3081 from Rhett Nickel. 5th place, 3074 from Marshall Efforts. 4th place, 3077 from Madeline Rose Gable. 3rd place, 3080 from William Wadsworth. 2nd place, 3079 from Haley Rue. And your class winner was entry 3078 from Idaho Livestock. We'll take the time to clean up our ring, and we will get started with Class 23A. Class 23A will be purebred percentage spring heifer calves of March of 2025.
Spend an extra minute here. Just wanted to make sure these top three are lined up right. This is a division, and get to go on and come back in here for the grand overall. But these top three females are a little different in their types and kinds, but there's some give and take. And for me, the young lady heifer that leads off the class, maybe when she first hit the ring, I thought was going to be my class winner, and confirm that when you study her some more. You really love this one's rib shape, and you turn as you study her from behind out of her spine, that rib shape. But when you ask her to get out and travel, that's kind of where she clearly wins this class. Is she has that extra flex and relaxation as you ask her to travel, and all of her joint work, and she's toe straight and square as off all four corners. Just a really good female in her own right to win this class in this division. Young ladies heifer comes next here. It's more, I guess more of a decision between second and third for me. The young ladies heifer here maybe is just a little shorter sided and a little more moderate in her type and kind, but the biggest thing is for her depth of body and matches and balance and her softness of flank and heart. But when you ask us, her biggest advantage over this third place heifer is her advantage when you ask her to get out and travel. That extra reach and relaxation in that hock and that knee and posture and just that give and take as you ask her to get out and travel around this ring. Young man's heifer that comes out next, gotta love this power and substance and stoutness. Big power cow, probably the biggest tops and stoutest hip feature, biggest bone, big footed heifer in the class. But yet that becomes part of her problem as she gets a little more open and round about her shoulder, a little shallower in her flank, and a little more restricted and rigid in her movement when you ask her to get out and travel the ring. But just a big stout female for this young man as a breeding piece down the road. Young ladies heifer that comes out next here. Love this female as her elegance and her smoothness and flatness of shoulder. Love her extension up through her front 1/3. Just maybe runs out of some gas and power to the heifer trio heifers ahead of her today. Young ladies heifer here, another really love the smoothness and flatness of her shoulder. Love her youthness of her head and neck and all that. Just maybe doesn't have that depth of body and substance. I wish she just would soften her down in her rib cage and maybe give her more substance of bone as for the match her body that she has. Young ladies heifer that comes out next, just maybe a little plainer in her type and kind, but love this rib shape and depthness and softness of rib and shape. Love the feet on this one, just really truly good and square about her front, all four corners. Just maybe gives up some of that width of hip and structure and levelness of her hooks to pins. Just a really nice female for this young lady. Young man's heifer comes out next, maybe one of the longer spine females in the class, but maybe has that plainness as you study her up through her front 1/3. Just wish we could extend her and clean her up through her throat latch, maybe soften her down into her flank and the lower rib cage for her to match up with the heifers ahead of her. A young lady, this heifer comes out really elegant and youthful about her appearance. Just maybe runs out of some performance for the heifers ahead of her. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Some results to get to. Class 23A on your Aberdeen show that was just in the ring. Sixth place, 30.88 from Braden Blackburn. Fifth place was 30.86 from Adele Torbert. Fourth place was Madeline Rose Gable. Third place, 31.97 from Olivia Orchard. Second place, 30.84 from Haley Rue. And your class winner was entry 30.87, and that comes from Connor Summers. In the ring at this time for your Aberdeen show is now Class 23B. These are purebred percentage spring heifer calves, calved March of 2025. Within this class, we have entries 3090 from Ella Patterson of Findlay, Ohio, 3091 from Stardust Ranch Hay and Cattle of Rathdrum, Idaho, 3092 comes from Creasy Lewis of Parker, Colorado, 3093 comes from Fisher Van de Berg of Madrid, Iowa, 3094 comes from Callie Way of Summit, South Dakota, and 3095 comes from Simon Lowline Ranch of Elk City, Oklahoma. Some results to get to from your miniature Hereford show. The class that was just in the ring was Class 103. That was your spring junior heifer calves. 8th place was 53-28 from Lillian Stavig. 7th place, 53-37 from McKenna Camp. 6th place, 53-11 from Carly Allison. 5th place, 52-80 from Jordan Wilkenbush. 4th place was 51-97 from Brenna Thorson. 3rd place, 53-15 from Kaysen Jemmer. Your reserve champion spring junior heifer calf in 2nd place was 53-42 from Mesa Arnold. And your class winner and champion spring junior heifer calf was entry 52-89 from Judy Split. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is now Class 104A of early spring junior heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We have entries in this class from 4 Moore's Miniature Herefords, Hat City Cattle Company, Mesa Arnold. 2 entries from Jim Phillips, an entry from Manzanola FFA, Berkeley Went, Benjamin Cottle, and Riley White. Those are your entries that will make up Class 104A of early spring junior heifer calves. Results for Class 23B of purebred percentage spring heifer calves. In your Aberdeen show, 6th place 3095 comes from Simon Lowline Ranch. 5th place 3093 from Fisher Vandenberg. 4th place 3094 from Cali Way. 3rd place 3092 from Chrissy Lewis. 2nd place 3091 from Stardust Ranch Hay and Cattle, and your class winner was 3090 from Ella Patterson.
In our first class of March heifers here on the mini side, young lady that leads off the heifer, starts out for me, is just so maternal and cow power and performance for me. Just love the depth of body from her levelness from her fore rib out through her flank. Love the levelness from her hooks to her pins. Love the maternal as you study her up through her front 1/3. Just really appreciate the cow prospect and maternal value the front one has. Young lady's heifer comes out next. If we could just clip off the top of her neck and maybe tie it up just a little nickel on the top of her shoulder better, maybe clean that up. I love their youthfulness and freshness up through her front 1/3, and maybe the freshness of her condition compared to the two heifers on either side of her just maybe gives up some of that true depth and bodiness of you study her through her flank, and just really wish I could maybe just get her just a little more confirmed as she wants to put a step down on her rear pasture. She just wants to maybe once in a while wiggle it wrong or twist, and I don't know if it's the carpet and turf out here, but I mean she has some flex to give, but sometimes just doesn't set it down with authority, and as she wants to get out and travel, wish I could just change that about her just a nickel more. Young lady's heifer comes out next for me, maybe the problem heifer. Really love this one from her fore rib back. Love the power and substance, the depth of body and rib shape. Love her substance of bone and her foot structure. She has adequate flexibility as you just got her get out and travel. Just wish I could change that neck structure and clean her out and extend her up through her front 1/3, maybe tie it up a little higher in the top of her shoulder, maybe just make her a little more elegant about her front 1/3, and maybe that one could be our class winner today. Now the next heifer that comes out line just ran into some really good, love this one's youthfulness and freshness of her condition and travel. Just wish maybe she had some power and more dimension and performance to complete with the heifers ahead of her today. Just a really good young female for this young heifer to come out next. Young lady comes out next. Really love the youthfulness and love the color and darkness and deep quality about this one. Just wish maybe she just relax on the halter just a little bit more, maybe soften her up through her fore rib and out through her flank. Just maybe square her up just a nickel from her hooks to her pins, but just a really nice female for this young lady to come out next. Young man to come out in the cowboy hat here next. Love the extension about her front 1/3. Love her length of spine and her levelness of her structure. Just wish we could soften her in her rib cage and maybe just give her just square her up from behind just a nickel more. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Another heifer that I really love her extension and her length and her spine and her length of hip. Just maybe I wish I could match some of her body depth and her outward third dimension to match some of her length that she has from the side. Young man that comes out next, here's a heifer that has some outward shape. Just maybe we could tie it, smooth it up just a nickel more, lay her back a little flatter into her shoulder, maybe smooth her up through her twist and through her quarter, maybe soften her just in her lower part of her body, but love the third dimension this one has, but maybe just put it in more of an extension package. A young lady concludes the class. Here's a heifer that if you study her in her pieces, really like them. You love her rib shape and you love her hip structure. Maybe just tie them together, maybe give her a little more width through her pins, and maybe extend her out through her front 1/3. She can move up a hole or two today, but let's give them a round of applause.
Results coming out of Class 24 of your purebred percentage junior Aberdeen Heifer calves. 5th place, 30-28 from Collie Hill. 4th place, 30-99 from Bishop Farms. 3rd place, 30-97 from Bishop Farms. 2nd place, 30-96 from Riley Newbury. And your class winner was entry 30-98 from Ava Summers. At this time within our Aberdeen show, we will bring back our class winners, and our judge, Ms. Jeremy Viator, will select your champion and reserve champion percentage purebred junior heifer calves. Over in the show ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is Class 104B of early spring junior heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We have entries from Charles McIntosh, Lillian Stavig, another entry from Charles McIntosh, Peyton Swears, Riley White, Cord Setnicker, and Journey Harris. Those are your entries that will make up Class 104B. The results coming in from Class 104A, the class that was in there previously in the Miniature Hereford Show. 9th place was 52-66 from Jim Phillips. 8th place, 52-65 from Jim Phillips. 7th place, 53-32 from Manzanola FFA. 6th place, 51-90 from Benjamin Cottle. 5th place, 51-71 from Four Moores Miniature Herefords. 4th place was Mesa Arnold. 3rd place, 51-93 from Berkeley Went. 2nd place, 52-43 from Hay City Cattle Company, and your class winner was entry 53-65 from Riley White. Your champion purebred percentage junior heifer calf comes from Class 23A. That is going to be entry 30-87 from Connor Summers. Your reserve champion comes from Class 22. That is entry 30-78 from Idaho Livestock.
I want to reiterate what Jeremy just had to say. The people that keep these facilities clean and keep these moving, the people behind the scenes, those are the people that we really do the thankless jobs to keep this facility nice and a brand new facility and keep it in a wonderful condition. Let's give them one more round of applause. Back to the show here. The young lady that's showing this heifer that leads off the class, for me, just ties all the good things together. I love the balance and the structural integrity of this female. Wish I could maybe just extend her just a nickel more and keep her nose down and make her neck shape just look a little better. But love this one's shoulder and angles and structure. I love how this one gets out and travels and the maternal value she studies through her lower rib cage. Just all the good pieces this one ties together. The young lady comes out here in the blazer to show this heifer. Really have to appreciate this heifer's quality and rib shape. Just maybe gives up some of that nickel, that balance. The heifer in front of her. Wish we could just soften her a little bit and maybe just make her a little truer and squarer as you study her in the rear leg set and her hock. As you ask her to get out in trouble, she wants to roll up underneath her just a nickel bit. But just a really good female that follows up our good cow prospect that wins the class. Young man's heifer comes out next. Love this hip shape and power and rib by this one. Just maybe gives up some of that balance you study from the side. She maybe gets a little shallower in her flank. Maybe wants to get a little cow hocked as you ask her to travel out from behind you, but just a really good female. Just wish I could just study her, square her up and down the lower 1/3. Young lady's heifer comes out here. Here's the big stout upper hipped one, big topped heifer. Just maybe gets a little counterfeit as you study her from behind. Maybe gets a little taper into the base of her quarter. Gets a little tighter and shallower in her heart and forerib. Maybe also, if you ask her to get out and travel, she wants to get a little stout or round and coarse in her hock development for me, but just really good female that has some power up high, just gives up that as you study her down low. Young lady comes out next here. Here's a female that's drugged me a lot of heifers today, and they're all in the same type and kind. Maybe give up some of that WDA, but have some quality as you actually study them. There's some youthfulness in these calf divisions as you study up through a front 1/3. Love their rib shape and their hip and stuff, but maybe just sometimes gives up that WDA, but just maybe better days ahead for this young lady and this female. She's drugged me, but really appreciate the quality this one has as you ask her to study and travel. Young lady comes out next, another big stout top, big hip heifer. Maybe gets a little round and coarse as you study her up in her hip structure. Wish we could just level in her pins and square her up just a little bit from behind. Maybe gets softener in her hock as she wants to get out and travel. She gets a little bow-legged and outward in that hock as you ask her to travel. Just love her power and dimension. Just wish we could square her up from behind. Young lady heifer comes out next. Really appreciate the flatness and smoothness as you study this one's front 1/3 and smoothness in her hip, and she has levelness and lines from the side. Just gives up some of that third dimension that we've talked about in some of these other heifers ahead of her. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 26 on your Aberdeen show. Second place and your reserve champion percentage purebred senior heifer calf was entry 3104 from Wyatt Brock of Spring Hill, Kansas. Your class winner, first place, and your champion senior heifer calf is entry 3105 from Carson Jace Beverlin of Gallatin, Missouri. At this time within our Aberdeen show, we will bring up Class 28. Class 28 will have entries from Caleb Way, Ava Summers, 2 entries from Steel Brook Livestock, Grassmaster Cattle, and Douglas Simpson, and Lillian Wadsworth and Jaylee Blackburn. Those are your entries that will make up Class 28. Class 28 is the only class in the division, so therefore first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers. Results coming in out of Class 104B of your miniature Herefords. Sixth place was 52.07 from Charles McIntosh. Fifth place at 53.29 from Lillian Stavig. Fourth place at 52.08 from Charles McIntosh. Third place at 52.20 from Cord Setniker. Second place was 52.82 from Journey Harris. And your class winner was 53.66 from Riley White. In the ring at this time now is our class winners from classes 104A and B. Our judge will select your champion and reserve champion early spring junior heifer calves.
We get both our first place and our second place out of our class winners here in our March division back out here. It's a little give and take. Maybe I'll just say and describe our class winners real fast. The first heifer, as I talked to her in class, I love the maternal value and the body and power she has. But I think she won that class was her neck structure. As you studied her up through her head and neck, and how it tied up through her top of her shoulder and the elegance she had up through her front 1/3. Really loved the side view and rib shape of this one. But maybe if I want to start getting them back out here and really getting pick on her, I wish I could square her up from behind, square her from hooks to pins, maybe just a nickel, set that tail head down in her just a nickel more, but just a really good female I love in her type and kind. Young ladies heifer that comes out of the second class, I talked about how much maternal value, cow power this one had. Loved her structural integrity and the flex and give. And then when you study her from behind, she has that added width, the dimension is from hooks to pins. It carries that down into her lower quarter of her body. Maybe she doesn't have that length of neck and as it ties up high out of the top of her shoulder, but just love the cow power of that one. But I'll go here and I'll show you your champion in reserve. Let's give him a round of applause as I do so.
Your champion early spring junior heifer calf comes from class 104A, that is 53.65 from Riley White. Your reserve champion early spring junior heifer calf comes from class 104B, that is entry 53.66, also from Riley White. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is Class 105. This is Winter Junior Heifer Calves, calved January 1st through February 29th of 2025. We have a single entry within this class. This is entry 5235 from Evie Mitchell. This is the only class in its division, so first place within Class 105 will be your champion, Winter Junior Heifer Calf.
Young lady brings us really elegant design female. Really love the length and extension up through her front one. Love how the point of her shoulder lays into her body and their angles. I love all those things about her. For me, I just wish I could tone her down. She maybe, for me, for a January, February born heifer calf in her single adventure in her division, I wish I could just tone down her frame score just a nickel to match into her breed character just a little bit more. But really love this one's shape and her design and length and extension. Just maybe I wish I could moderate her down just a nickel in her bone makeup for me today. But just a really good, elegant female. Let's give her a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Your results for Class 28 of your purebred percentage summer yearling heifers. 7th place, 3,100 from Caleb Way. 6th place, 3,111 comes from Lillian Wadsworth. 5th place, 3,110. That comes from Grass Master Cattle and Douglas Simpson. 4th place was entry 3,108. That comes from Steel Brook Livestock. 3rd place, 3,106 from Ava Summers. 2nd place and your reserve champion purebred percentage summer yearling heifer goes to Jaylee Blackburn. Your class winner and your champion percentage purebred summer yearling heifer goes to 3107 from Steelbrook Livestock. Making their way into the ring for your Aberdeen show is class number 30. Class 30 consists of entries 3113 from Connor Summers of Lindsay, Oklahoma, 3115 from Marshall Efforts of Iota, Minnesota, 3118 from Brigham Houston of Scottsbluff, Nebraska, 3120 comes from Peyton Koch of Elizabeth, Colorado, 3121 comes from Madeline Rose Gable of Lafayette, Colorado. And rounding out our class would be 3122 from Stardust Ranch Hay and Cattle of Rathdrum, Idaho. Those are your entries that will make up class number 30. In your miniature Hereford show ring, we have in the ring class 106. This is fall intermediate heifers, calved October 1st through December 31st of 2024. We have entries in this class, 5219 from Britton Schlegel, 5238 from Fallon Velasquez, 5291 from Judy Split, 5172 from Four Moores Miniature Herefords, 5202 from Caden Alexander, 5215 from Claire Christensen, 5309 from Canyon Dops, and rounding out our class is 5384 from Shay Kress. This is the only class within the division, so therefore first and second place in this class become your champion and reserve champion fall intermediate heifers.
I'm going to get on my soapbox before I start describing the cattle for just a minute. I showed cows for 30-some years and been fortunate enough to be fairly successful at this. And I spent all last week in Oklahoma City and flew in last night to be here, and I'm working for 2 or 3 different outfits the rest of the week in the yards and then in the hill barn here just a little bit, fitting cattle. And I love showing cows, and I love fitting cattle, but I know these show supply dealers sell all these products and these paints and additives and things. Let's tone it back just a nickel. I mean, those are all great products to use, but to the guys back in the barn and people back in the barn getting these things ready, let's tone it back just a nickel. I mean, we can use some paint, we can use some powder fills or some of these other hair enhancement products, but let's tone it back just a nickel, leave these cattle just a little more natural looking in their environment. And I mean, I use all these products myself, but we got to use it in moderation sometimes and make these cattle look real and natural, and just use those to help a little bit, not overdo it. So me get off my soapbox here. Now let's describe these cattle. Young lady leads off the heifer for me here. Just love the maternal value. For me, maybe it's a structural integrity thing, and maybe just her neck placement and how the thinness of her neck and how it ties in the top of her shoulder wins this class for me. Is she the most powerful one in the class? No. Is she the most wolfy, stout-hipped one? No. But, I mean, she's balanced and she has some structural integrity, but that neck shape and how she lays in the top of her shoulder, that wins her for me today. Let's give her a round of applause as she exits the ring. Young lady that comes out next here, love the power and dimension and rib shape and depth and softness that she has. But maybe when you start analyzing this one, the crestiness and thickness that she has up through her neck, maybe some of her face shape and some of her maternal value about her head and neck shape, for me, just maybe moves her down into the second deal, but her overwhelming power and performance slides her into the second hold for me today. I really love the structural integrity and the flatness of shoulder of this one, and the thinness and length and extension of this heifer coming out third. Just maybe when you ask her to get out and travel, she wants to maybe knuckle over and get a little rigid in her movement off her rear two. Maybe gets a little narrower and you study her from hooks to her pins. But just love the balance she has from the side. Just wish we had some more of her and some more flexibility off for the give. Young lady's heifer here for me. I've been trying to think of the proper term to describe this one, and for lack of a better term, chuffy. I mean, she just looks a little chubby up through her front 1/3. Maybe it's just her hair. She's beautiful haired, thick, fuzzy haired. Maybe if we could just clip her front end down just a little bit and make her look a little leaner up through her front 1/3 and clean up down her chest floor a little bit, maybe she'd look a little fresher in her condition for me. But love the body depth and love some of the balance. Just wish we had her some freshness, some extension up through her front 1/3 for me today. Young man that comes out next, just young man having fun, have a horned heifer to come out here and love her the show. But I wish this heifer doesn't have the bloom of some of the heifers ahead of her. But really, if you study this one, she has some maternal value. She's had some flatness of her shoulder, has some maternal value up through her hip and through her rib cage. Just wish she had some outward shape as you study her from behind. Young man that comes out next here has come dressed for real. I mean, professionalism. I love the vest and I love the tie. Just maybe I wish this heifer had some structural integrity or problems for her we could fix. I wish she was a little squarer from her hooks to her pins, maybe a little smoother up through her front 1/3. Just love the rib shape. Just wish we had some more squareness and levelness designed for this young man to exhibit today. Young lady comes out next. Here's a level topped, real smooth shouldered heifer. Just maybe gives up some performance and some eye appeal to the heifers ahead of her. Just wish we had some more of her for me today. And the young lady concludes the class, same thing. Love the length to her front 1/3. Just gives up some WDA to the heifers ahead of her. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 31 in your Aberdeen show. Third place, 3124 from Wyatt Brock. Second place, 3123 from Riley Stolte. And your class winner was 3101 from Jaylee Blackburn. At this time, within the Aberdeen show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 30 and 31. Our judge, Ms. Jeremy Viator, will select your champion and reserve champion percentage junior yearling heifer. Results to get to from your miniature Hereford show. Class 106, 8th place was 5238 from Fallon Velasquez. 7th place, 5172 from Four Moores Miniature Herefords. 6th place was 5202 from Caden Alexander. 5th place, 5219 from Britton Schlegel. 4th place, 5384 from Shay Kress. 3rd place, 5291 from Judy Split. 2nd place, and your reserve champion fall intermediate heifer was 5215 from Claire Christensen. Your class winner and your champion fall intermediate heifer was 5309 from Canyon Dumps. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is now Class 107. This is Summer Intermediate Heifer Calves, calved July 1st through September 30th of 2024. We have in this class 5220 from Avery Pass, 5347 from Paisley Osment, 5351 from Piper McIntyre, 5179 from 4 Wiley Farm, 5364 from Rhett Hahn, and rounding out our class is 5173 from 4 Moores Miniature Herefords. This is the only class within the division. Therefore, first and second within Class 107 will become your champion and reserve champion Summer Intermediate Heifers. Your champion purebred percentage junior yearling heifer comes from Class 31. That is entry 3101 from Jaylee Blackburn. Your reserve champion also comes from Class 31. That is your second place, 3123 from Riley Stolte. I'm going to make a correction. That was actually the champion from class number 1, and that was 3113 from Connor Summers. The reserve being the second place from class 30. That was 3118 from Brigham Houston.
So we move into our older fall borns here, these July to September's. Young man's heifer comes out to me is just the cow power. For me, just performance and outward shape and dimension this heifer has. Wish I could just make her head just a little more elegant and neat about her, but her head matches her body. I mean, that width and dimension and power she has. Maybe like I got on my soapbox in the last class, let's tone back on some of this fitting and some of these extras that we're putting on them. But still, when you see through some of that stuff, I just love this pattern and the power this one actually has the extras that we're trying to look for today. Young lady comes out next for me. Oh, it's just a little bit about foot shape and how her foot hits the ground and hits this turf as you ask her to travel. She maybe wants to turn out and roll out on that front end just a nickel more for me. Maybe wish we had a little more substance to bone that she stood down on compared to the heifer that wins this class. Just those little things right there can maybe move her up ahead of for me today. Young minute comes out third here in the cowboy hat. Just a really good heifer, just maybe gives up the extras and the performance to the two heifers ahead of him, but just really love the rib shape and her elegance about her front 1/3. So some of the structural integrity she has and some of the positives, just wish she had more of her for the two heifers ahead of her today. Young lady heifer comes out next. Another heifer you like about her rib shape and her depth. Just wish we could balance this one heifer up from the side just a little more and soften her up in her heart and flank. Maybe just clean her up through her front 1/3, just a nickel, but just really like the cow power and some of the things she offers for us today. Young lady comes out next here. Another heifer that you love her rib shape and some of her body capacity. Just wish we tied it into a more neat and refined package. Wish we had a little more depth of flank and heart. Just balance her up from the side. Maybe square her up as you ask her to travel from both ends for me. And the young heifer comes out next here. Love the elegance and length and extension and length of spine this one has. Maybe wish we could just tone her down into a more moderate package compared to the heifers in her class. Maybe a little more breed character for me today. Let's give good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results coming in for Class 107 of your Summer Intermediate Miniature Herefords. 6th place, 5173 from Fort Moore's Miniature Herefords. 5th place, 5351 from Piper McIntyre. 4th place, 5347 from Paisley Osmond. 3rd place, 5364 from Rhett Hahn. 2nd place and your reserve champion Summer Intermediate heifer was entry 5220 from Avery Pass. And your class winner and your champion Summer Intermediate heifer was 5179 from 4 Wiley Farm. Results for Class 33 on your purebred percentage senior yearling heifers in your Aberdeen show. 2nd place and your reserve champion purebred percentage senior yearling heifer goes to entry 3128 from Stardust Ranch and Hay Cattle of Rathdrum, Idaho. And your class winner and your champion purebred percentage senior yearling heifer is entry 3125 from Carson Jace Beverlin of Gallatin, Missouri. In the ring at this time now, we'll be bringing back all of our division winners. Our judge, Miss Jeremy Viator, will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion purebred percentage females. Your grand champion will receive awards sponsored by Idaho Livestock from John Tomlinson of Hayden, Idaho. And your reserve champion will be receiving awards as well, sponsored also by Idaho Livestock. In your miniature Hereford show ring, we have now Class 108A. These are spring intermediate heifers, calved April 1st through June 30th of 2024. We have 3 entries in Class 108A. We have entries 5195 from Blakely Murphy, 5263 from Jeffrey Vineyard, 5312 from Carly Allison. Those are your 3 entries that make up your first of 3 classes within Classes 108.
As we move into the bred heifer division, or the older females, and here we're in the June heifer calves. For me, it's just for the combination of the heifer, I guess, that leads off the class. You really have to appreciate her rib shape and length of spine, her levelness of line as you study her from the side. She has some structural integrity as you ask her to get out and travel, has some flex and give. Maybe we should just neaten her up just a nickel, maybe clean up through her chest floor, but I know it's hard to manage these heifers as they get older and get further along in calf and more mature. It's harder to kind of manage some of those things, but if I could just change that heifer, that little about her, we could make her a really good elite one. Young lady's heifer that comes out next year, maybe this heifer's not blessed with the elite hair coat as some of the heifers on either side of her, but really have to appreciate the body and dimension this heifer has. Really love with this one, how she gets out and travels, has some flex and give. But yet maybe I wish I could just stand her down square at the ground as you ask her to stop and maybe get out and travel. She just gets a little more sickle hawks and wants to roll up underneath herself as she travels, but really love the body and dimension of this heifer. Young lady's heifer comes out next, really youthful and neat about her kind, but yet that becomes part of her problem is she kind of gives up some of that performance in WDA to the heifers ahead of her, but really appreciate the neatness and youthfulness of this young lady's heifer. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 108A of your spring intermediate heifers in the miniature Herefords. Third place, 5312 from Carly Allison. Second place, 5263 from Jeffrey Vineyard. And your first place winner was entry 5195 from Blakely Murphy. We will set up our ring for the miniature Herefords and bring up Class 108B. These will be spring intermediate heifers, calved April 1st through June 30th of 2024. We have slated entries 5239 from Fallon Velasquez, 5241 from Flora Ensico, 5380 from Roma Ensico, 5272 from John Carter, 5321 from Cord Setnicker, 5292 from Judy Split, and 5398 from Ty McIntyre. Those are your entries that will make up Class 108B. Your grand champion purebred percentage female comes from your second division. That is your champion junior heifer calf from Connor Summers. Moving into consideration now will be the reserve from that division from Idaho Livestock. Your reserve champion comes from their third division. That's your champion senior heifer calf. That is Carson Jace Beverlin. Now walking into the ring in your Aberdeen show ring is going to be Class 36. Class 36 would be purebred percentage cow-calf pairs with their calves born after May 1st of 2025. We have two entries within this class. 3131 comes from Collie Hill of Sedalia, Kentucky, and 3132 comes from NY Cattle of Parker, Colorado. This is the only class within our cow-calf division, so therefore, first and second in this class will become your champion of reserve champion percentage cow-calf pairs. Your champion percentage cow-calf pair received sponsored and awards by Walker Family Farm, Desiree and Joshua Walker of Forstell, Missouri.
Back over here on the Hereford side, for me, it's just structural integrity breaks down this whole class. For me, the young lady's heifer, I know she's fighting halter, but when she wants to get out and travel and relax a little bit, this one has the most flex and give out of my top three. Is she the deepest body? Is she the most stoutest one? No. But structural integrity, these cattle still have to be sound. They still have to get out and move and travel. Whether they live in a 5-acre pasture or 500-acre pasture, they still have to have some structural integrity and some smoothness of joint work. And for me, the young lady's heifer, when she relaxes and the heifer actually gets out and moves, she has that extra flex and give. Young man's heifer that comes out next has more structural integrity, have more flex and give, but wish she's just stand down with more authority, I guess, as you ask her to stop, and was on her rear too. Just wish she had some more structural integrity at that point, but still has enough flex and give as she gets out and around the ring to beat my heifer that comes out of third. Heifer comes out of third. Love the performance, all the substance ESTs you can give it to her, but her biggest problem is she gets way too upright in her shoulder and is too upright in her hip placement, therefore allows her just not to get out and reach and have the extra flex and give as the two heifers in front of her. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Just ran into 3 really good high quality femurs, better quality females ahead of her. Love the length of spine and some of that flex and give. Wish she maybe just relax a little bit on that halter and relax on that front too just a little bit and just soften her down in her lower 1/3 of her body. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Maybe she just gives up some of those ESTs too to the ones heifers in front of her. Wish she was just a little neater and fresher about her front 1/3 and maybe just a little softer as she asks her to get out and travel on her rear too. Young man's heifer comes out here, more moderate female in her type and kind, but just maybe wish we had some more that freshness and look and eye appeal up through her front 1/3, and maybe just wish we had a little more performance as you studied her as she travels away from us today. Young lady's heifer comes out next, another long spine, long extended female, just gives up some of that body depth and that performance to the heifers ahead of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results for Class 108B of your Spring Intermediate Heifers and the Miniature Hereford Show. 7th place, 5241 from Flora Ensico. 6th place, 5272 from John Carter. 5th place, 5380 from Roma Ensico. 4th place, 5398 from Ty McIntyre. 3rd place, 5292 from Judy Split. 2nd place, 5321 from Cord Setnecker. And your class winner was entry 5239 from Fallon Velasquez. Making their way into the ring at this time now is going to be Class 108C. Class 108C is still Spring Intermediate Heifers, calved April 1st through June 30th of 2024. In this class, we have entries from Rayleigh Koba, Peyton Swears, Jolie McIndeffer, Rafter P. Ranch, Evie Mitchell, Kaysen Jemmer, and Jody Looney.
Moving forward here in our mini Hereford show, the young lady that comes out the heifer for me, just maybe the combination heifer. She ties the most good things together of any of the heifers in here from a balance and structural integrity standpoint. Once again, the show box, the paint deal, just to tone it down a little bit so it looks a little more natural. But when you really study this one, she really has her, from her hooks to her pins, and maybe her tailhead could be clipped down just a little bit more, but just really love this one's levelness of lines and some maternal value, and some still has some, I know at this age they start getting a little chubbier and harder to maintain, but still has some freshness and some youth to her for being a bred heifer. Still love that freshness about her. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Maybe she has a little more stout in her features, maybe a little more shapely as you study her up high, but maybe that she wants to get a little narrower and shallower as you study her down in the base of her quarter and shallower in her flank. But love the rib and body and performance of this one. Just wish maybe we were a little more truer in her shape and divine design down low. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Here's a heifer when I first seen her turn the corner to come in the ring. I kind of love this one's eye appeal and freshness and structural integrity. But then when you start to analyze this one, maybe she gets a little shallower in her flank. But her biggest problem for me is her foot shape down low. I wish for much power she has up high, if she stood down with some more toe and had some more width and dimension of her foot. Young lady comes out next here. Here's a heifer that maybe just a nickel planer up through her front 1/3, but really have to appreciate some rib shape and dimension, and you really study her rib shape come out of the top of her spine, the outward shape and depth and softness of her middle portion of her body. You really have to appreciate. Young lady's heifer comes out next here. Here's a really powerful, shapely, stout, featured type female in a moderate package, but maybe that becomes part of her problem as she gets a little more open to the point of her shoulder, a little tighter in her heart and forerib, and a little shallower in her flank, and doesn't have that balance and eye appeal from the side as some of the heifers ahead of her. Young lady's heifer comes out next. Here's a heifer that's maybe just a little pushing a little for me in this age and this stage of the game, pushing a little more condition in her type and kind, but have to appreciate some of the body and dimension, but just doesn't have that balance as you study her from the side. She gets a little deeper in her chest floor and shallower up to her flank. Young man's heifer, iterate the same notes, maybe pushing the overall dimension of condition for me today. Maybe doesn't have that balance you study from the side. Same thing, some of that chest floor and shallowness of flank, but we'll have to appreciate the substance, the muscle she has up high, just doesn't carry down into the lower portion of her body.
Results coming in for Class 108C of your spring intermediate heifers. Seventh place was 5316 from Kaysen Jemmer. Sixth place was 5271 from Jody Looney. Fifth place was 5237 from Evie Mitchell. Fourth place, 5362 from Rayleigh Koba. Third place, 5275 from Jolie McIndeffer. Second place was 5354 from Rafter P. Ranch. And your class winner was entry 5349 from Peyton Swears. We have taken a momentary pause in our Aberdeen show. We are doing pictures at the backdrop with our official livestock photographers, which is Legacy Livestock Imaging at the backdrop. So once our pictures and photos are done back there, we will get back started with the group classes within our Aberdeen show. While we have some time to talk about our Hereford show, we will go ahead and let everybody know that the steer raffle is still going on. It's your last chance to purchase the steer tickets. If you need to do that, please see those members of the Miniature Hereford Association over at the awards table. Tickets are 1 for $10 and 12 for $100 are also still doing the raffle as well. So please, if you're interested in either of those, visit with the people over at the awards table. And walking throughout the ring and helping line up animals as well as giving out awards is the 2025 royalty for the Miniature Hereford Association. We have our Queen McKenna Camp. Our princess is Journey Harris. The junior princess is Carly Allison. And the ambassadors that we have with us today is Bristol Pence. We appreciate those ladies joining us for today's Miniature Hereford show here at the National Western. Right now in the ring for the miniature Herefords, Mr. Eddie Sandberg, our judge, is taking time to evaluate our top individuals from classes 108A, B, and C. He will have the honors of selecting your champion and reserve champion spring intermediate heifers.
As we get our respective 3 class winners and 3 seconds back out here for our division of our intermediate heifer calves, or bred heifers, I guess what they are. For me, it just boils down to some structural integrity issues and some balance and some maternal values that all 3 of these heifers have, but there's one heifer for me that just has more of it, and that'll be a young lady that comes out of your 3rd class. She'll be a division champion. We bring our respective second back out here. She's very high quality in her own right too. But for me, the heifer that comes out of the 2nd class, maybe from a balance standpoint and smoothness of lines and how her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder, for me, is to be your reserve. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your champion spring intermediate heifer was entry 5349 coming out of your class 108C. That is Peyton Swears. Your reserve champion spring intermediate heifer comes from 5239. That is going to be from the 2nd class of Fallon Velasquez. In the ring at this time for your miniature Hereford show is now Class 109A. This is Winter Intermediate Heifers, calved January 1st through March 31st of 2024. We have entries from McKenna Camp, Riley White, Colton Christensen, Fallon Velasquez, Ben Givens, Jordan Wilgenbush, and Lindley Witherow. These are your entries that will make up Class 109A.
Oofta. The notches just got turned up just a little bit more when this division come out here. These front 3 or 4 are pretty good in their own right. Just kind of got to sort them down just a little bit. But young lady here in the cowboy hat that leads off, that's a pretty darn good creature. I mean, she's got that elegance and that balance and that structural integrity and the power. I mean, I could just keep narratives going on and on. But that one, when she stopped and popped and that girl's got her set, which she's got her right there, I mean, just study the angle of her shoulder and down into her foot and the substance of bone she stands down on both ends, and the angles of from her hip down into her rear hock and pastern. And when you ask that one to travel, that one's a pretty good creature. Maybe it's one of the good ones we've seen all day so far. Nothing to take away from this young lady that comes out in second. Here's a really thin-necked, elegant, really love this one's shoulder placement and how it's laid in the point of her shoulder and how elegant she is designed up through her front 1/3. Maybe she's not as woofy and powerful up at her upper hip, but from a balance standpoint and elegance up through her front 1/3, that one's as close to second as we got in this class. Young lady Hereford comes out third. It's just the opposite. She has that extra substance and rib shape and power as you study her from her forerib back, and has that balance from the side, but her biggest problems are up front. She gets a little thicker and chunkier up through her neck, but her biggest downfall is her point of her shoulder. She's a little more open and coarse about the point of her shoulder, and when you study at the ground, she wants to toe out and point east and west, a little not north and south as much as the heifers ahead of her, but really I love this one from her forerib back. Just wish we could change that structure up through her front 1/3. Young lady's heifer comes out next here. Here's a heifer that just ran into 3 big buzzsaws ahead of her. Really good heifer in her own right. Maybe if we could clean her up through her crest of her neck and maybe stretch her out just through her front 1/3. Maybe lengthen on her hip just a nickel more, but love that balance from her forerib back to her flank and some of those things in her structural integrities. When you ask her to get out and travel, she has that flex and give. Just wish she had some more of them extras that the 3 heifers ahead of her had. Young man's heifer that comes out next here. Love her rib shape and her body and dimension, but just wish maybe we had her just relax on her when you ask her to get out and travel. She gets a little tight and more restricted in her movement, and comparatively to the heifers ahead of her, but not bad, but just comparatively to the heifers ahead of her, we should just relax her a little bit, maybe just soften her just in the depth of her rib just a little bit. But we love the body and the width and their dimension. Just wish we could change those little things about her. Young man's heifer comes out next here. Love the length of spine, length of her front end, and the freshness of her front 1/3. Just gives up that WDA and some of that performance and the extras to the heifers ahead of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 109A of Winter Intermediate Heifers. 6th place, 52-17 from Colton Christensen. 5th place, 51-89 from Ben Givens. 4th place, 52-81 from Jordan Wilgenbush. 3rd place, 53-67 from Riley White. 2nd place was 52-40 from Fallon Velasquez. And your class winner was 53-30 from Lindley Witherow. Moving in the ring this time now is Class 109B. These are still Winter Intermediate Heifers, calved January 1st through March 31st of 2024. We have 4 entries slated for this class. 52-69 comes from Jim Phillips. 53-68 from Riley White. 51-82 from Allison Griffin. And rounding out the class is entry 53-99 from William Schneider. This is our last class within the division, so after this class, we will have our first and seconds return from 109A and B, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion Winter Intermediate Heifers. We welcome back our Aberdeen exhibitors. We're now moving on to the group classes of our show. The group classes, first one up would be the Get of Sires. This is class 75 in the program. We'll have entries 3181 from Tillman's Cattle Company of Gallatin, Missouri. 3182 comes from Idaho Livestock of Hayden, Idaho, as well as Deep Creek Seed Stock of Mitchell, Nebraska. 3183 comes from Madeline Rose Gable of Lafayette, Colorado. 3184 comes from Simon Lowline Ranch of Elk City, Oklahoma. 3198 comes from Efforts Easy Ranch of Bismarck, North Dakota. And rounding out the Get of Sire class would be 3199 from Steel Brook Livestock of Whitewater, Wisconsin.
Here in our last class of mini Hereford heifers. These bred heifers are really good in their own right. The heifer that leads off the class, just from a balance and eye appealing standpoint, just love this one's eye appeal as you study her up through her head and neck, and so maternal as you designed her, and just love the rib shape and depth and balance she has from the side. Maybe I just, once again, I just change her foot structure up front. If we could just turn her strayer, point more north and south than east and west so much on her front end. That one will be pretty elite in her kind too, but I just love the maternal and body and depth and balance of this heifer. Young lady that comes out next here in second, functional, just plain and simple. This female is just as functional as you can make one, as any we've seen all day. Love all those things about her, just because she had some of those extras and some of that eye appeal, and maybe just a nickel more balance and softness as soon as you study her through her forerib and her flank. But just function, just love her structural integrity and her body and her width. And she's starting to spring a little bit and starting to make bag a little bit, which these females should be at this age and this stage of their game in their life and this stage of the year. Just love that functionability of that one heifer comes out in second. Young lady's heifer that comes out in third here. Just ran into two big body high performance females ahead of her, but love the length and the levelness of lines. Just wish she had some more width and dimension and some more body capacity compared to the heifers ahead of her. Young man's heifer comes out next here. Love the rib shape and body and center portion of this one's deal. Just to both ends we'd like to change. We'd like to square her out and level her up through from hooks to pins in her upper hip, and maybe just extend her out through her front 1/3 and just make her a little bit more neat as you study for a heifer this age and in this stage of the game. Wish we could just do those two little things, but love the middle portion of this heifer. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results to get to from Class 109B of your miniature Herefords. Fourth place, 52.69 from Jim Phillips. Third place, 51.82 from Allison Griffin. Second place, 53.99 from William Schneider. And your class winner was 53.68 from Riley White. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from classes 109A and 109B. Our judge will select your top individuals to become your champion and reserve champion winter intermediate heifers. Over in your Aberdeen show, we want to congratulate our champion Get of Sire. The first place winner was 31.81 from Timmons Cattle Company of Gallatin, Missouri. In the ring at this time now is your class 77 in the program, which is the produce of Dam. We have entries 31.85 from Madeline Schuler, 31.86 from Lorelei Schuler, 31.88 from Timmons Cattle Company, 31.90 from Madeline Rose Gable, 3,200 from Efforts Easy Ranch. We'll have two entries, 32.01 as well as 32.02, both coming from Steelbrook Livestock, 32.03 from Sadie Hammond, and 32.04 from NY Cattle. Those are your entries that will make up your Class 77 in your Aberdeen show.
We get our last two class winners and respective seconds back out here for our last division of the day before we go pick our champion female. Let's give them a round of applause. All four of these females are very, very high quality in their type and their kind. I guess it kind of boils down to some little things. Maybe the bigger thing is more personal preference. I guess when you're sorting the little things apart between the two class winners and then our respective seconds to pick our champion and reserve division. But for me, I guess it's the young lady's heifer that comes out of the first class in the silver belly showing hat. Just those extras and that power and dimension and some of that eye appeal things and structural integrity as her feet toe straight forward on all four corners. That's be your division champion. The heifer out of the second class will be your reserve division. Let's just give them a round of applause.
Your champion and reserve champion winter intermediate heifers were 53.30 from Lindley Withrow, and your reserve being 53.68 Riley White. We'll now bring back all our division winners, and our judge will select your champion and reserve grand champion females. Over in your miniature Hereford show, we now have our grand and reserve grand champion female selections. Our judge again once is Mr. Eddie Sandberg. We have in the ring our champions. Your fall junior heifer calf champion is 52.18 from Cooper Clements. From your second division, your champion summer junior heifer calf 53.07 from Canyon Dops. Your champion spring junior heifer calf is 52.89 from Judy Split. Your champion spring junior heifer calf is entry 53.65 from Riley White. Your champion winter junior heifer calf is 52.35 from Evie Mitchell. Your champion fall intermediate heifer is 53.09 from Canyon Dops. Your champion summer intermediate heifer is 51.79 from 4 Wiley Farm. Your champion spring intermediate heifer is 53.49 from Peyton Swires. And your champion winter intermediate heifer is 53.30 from Lindley Withrow. Those are your champions in consideration for the grand champion female. Thank you to everybody over at the Aberdeen show. We appreciate it. We just finished up with Class 79. That was our breeder best 6 head. We had in that placing, third place was Steelbrook. Second place was 32.05 from Efforts Easy Ranch. And your first place winner for your breeder best 6 ahead was 31.95 from Tummins Cattle. So we appreciate all of our Aberdeen exhibitors and participants as well as sponsors. Don't forget, those of you that are interested, the steer raffle as well as the other raffle for the Miniature Hereford World Show is available. Tickets still are available to purchase. So if you are interested, please see one of the royalty or seek out one of the association members. You can also walk down to the awards table to purchase your tickets. 1 for $10, 12 for $100.
Let's give all these exhibitors and breeders and fitters in the back a big round of applause. This is, I think, as good a set of mini Herefords in a lineup that I've seen, and I've been lucky enough, and or however you want to say, fortunate enough to get to sort these open cattle 2 or 3 times, and every time I've done it, the quality and the drive has gotten deeper and better every time I've done it. So my hat's off to these breeders and these exhibitors of these quality of cattle. I guess my poker face isn't really good. I've kind of showed you the 3 or 4 that I kind of really like, and I've kind of drifted towards and kind of looked on pretty hard. But I mean, hence the name, Mini Hereford. In my family, I raised Hereford's cattle and was the herdsman for 20-some years for another normal operation. But these heifers, I think there's 2 or 3 that I've kind of sort of drifted towards and navigated towards to sort of look at. I mean, these are the epitome of what a miniature Hereford should look like. They're a mini version of, I just yesterday was in Oklahoma City and I was in the Grand Drive, and the outfit that I was helping, we had 3 or 4 horned heifers in the Grand Drive, and so I got to sort on one and then stick on one in the drive. But to stand in the ring and get up on close and personal, and these 3 or 4 that I've kind of drifted towards are miniature versions. I mean, have that elegance and that about their head and neck, and that softness, rib, maternal, and structural integrity, and all the things we're trying to sort towards to make good cattle. No matter if they're miniatures or big ones or whatever they are, but they have all the fundamentals correct. And then after that, we get the fundamentals correct. Then we have the extras, and that's hair coat and eye appeal and things like that. That sort them towards from the good ones from the bad ones. But for me, I'll go out and I'll select your champion and wait for the reserve to show up in the lineup. But let's give him one more big round of applause as I go out and I'll slap your champion. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your grand champion female comes from your fall intermediate heifer division. That is entry 5309 from Canyon Dobbs. Your reserve grand champion female comes from your winter intermediate heifer division. That is entry 5330 from Lindley Witherow. Also at the time, the Miniature Hereford Association would like me to announce our premier exhibitor for the junior show. The junior show premier exhibitor is Miss Riley White. Congratulations to Riley for being our premier exhibitor. I believe at this time we're going to take a photo break. Is that correct? Nope, I'm getting a head shake from everybody down there, so no. We're going to go right into our next set of classes, which will be our cow-calf pair. So we'll bring up class 301, and this will have 4 entries within our cow-calf pair division. We'll have 5212 from Chase Hunter, 5293 from Judy Split, 5273 from John Carter, and 5386 from Cheryl Erickson. We'll only have 1 class within our cow-calf pair division. So within our class 301, our first and second will become your champion and reserve champion pairs.
Here in our cow-calf division, we have some advantages and disadvantages. We have some cows that are more mature, and then we have a 2-year-old pair and a 3-year-old pair, and I think a 4 and a 6-year-old pair, or 5 and 6-year-old pairs here. For me, this pair right here with this stout little bull calf, I think that's the best combination. If you got a female that's really elegant, about her front 1/3 of the cow, but has some body and dimension, and raising a really good bull calf that's stout and fleshy and some eye appeal, and both have some structural integrity that you really appreciate as you ask them to get out and move. They have some flex and give. There's your pair that wins this deal will be this pair right here in front of me. Nothing to take away from this 2-year-old pair. Yeah, she's skinny but milking the heifer calf beside her is tremendous. This is maybe the best uddered female we have in the whole set of 4. As your udder stands on all 4 corners, her udder placement and her teat and structure, I really have to appreciate that. Really have to admire it's a 2-year-old that still has that much flesh, but to raise the quality of heifer calf that she has beside her, the young lady's showing. There's my hats off to this young pair of females. Great, tremendous 2-year-old pair. Next pair to come out and line up here is our aged pair, or I think the oldest pair, as I was just told. Really have to appreciate the body and maturity, and to have that pair that age to still stay in that much flesh, and to raise that big stout of heifer calf is behind her, or bull calf, I guess we have a bull calf in our 3rd pair. But really have to appreciate that. But just wish maybe she had some more structural integrity. She's starting to get a little weaker in her rear pasture and a little roll up underneath herself. Maybe we could square up her udder structure and her teat placement just a little bit. That would be maybe move her up just a nickel. But really have to appreciate this big stout bull calf that's behind her. Just maybe change some things on the cow to move them up any further for me today. The young pair down here at the end. Maybe it's just some eye appeal things and some fleshy ability. We got cows just milking just hard enough to raise this really good heifer calf beside it, or bull calf. But just wish they had some more width and structure, width in her upper hip, and some more udder placement. We change that udder on her, especially on her right side. Change that teat placement just a little bit. Maybe you can move them up just a nickel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 301 of your cow-calf pairs. 4th place, 52.73 from John Carter. 3rd place, 53.86 from Cheryl Erickson. 2nd place, and your reserve champion pair is entry 52.12 from Chase Hunter. Your class winner and champion cow-calf pair is 52.93 from Judy Split. Up next in the program will be our Class 401. This will be pair of females. In this class, we will have entries from Darren Osment, Peyton Swires, Mesa Arnold. 2 entries from Riley White, Judy Split, Rafter P. Ranch, and 4 Moors, miniature Herefords.
here in our pair of females, for me, it's just little things, that combination that tie heifers together. I mean, I know we have some big ones and small ones, and it's from your breeder's herd and you're from your exhibitor. But for me, it's just two heifers that are same in their type and kind, whether they're older or younger or whatever, or quality, then plays into the immensely. But for me, it'll be the pair up front will be your champion, and the pair back here will be your reserve champion. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your results for the pair of female classes within the Miniature Hereford Show: in 8th place, 52-28 from Darren Osment. 7th place, 53-50 from Peyton Swires. 6th place comes from 4 Moores Miniature Herefords. 5th place was 53-57 from Rafter P. Ranch. 4th place was 53-44 from Mesa Arnold. 3rd place went to 53-75 from Riley White. 2nd place was 52-99 from Judy Split. And your class winner was 53-74 from Riley White. At this time, we'll now take a momentary pause in our show for a quick picture break at the backdrop, and then we'll get started off with our bull show. Attention in the arena. If somebody you or you know has lost a ticket to the Mexican Rodeo Extravaganza for tonight, it has been turned into the announcer stand. So if you are missing a ticket for tonight's Mexican Rodeo Extravaganza, please see us here at the announcer stand. Thank you. Once again, if you or someone you know has dropped and is missing a Mexican Rodeo Extravaganza ticket, it has been returned here up to the announcer's stand. So if you are here in the CoBank Arena and you're missing a ticket for tonight's event at 2 p.m., please come by the announcer's stand and we'll get you your ticket that is now missing. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. We welcome everybody back to our miniature Hereford show. In the ring at this time now will be our 201 class of Fall Junior Bull Calves, calved July 1st through December 31st of 2025. Within this class, we have two entries, 5226 from Darren and Paisley Osmond, and 5176 from Vor Moore's Miniature Herefords. This is the only class in the division, so therefore, first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion Fall Junior Bull Calves.
Two bull calves start off our bull show here that are really good and they're type and kind. For me, it's just the dark red bull calf that leads off the class. It's just his body and his volume and his structural integrity that leads off the class for me. Just so much rib shape and study through the center portion of his body. Really have to appreciate the lighter colored calf to come out in second here. His length of spine, length of front end just maybe gives up that WDA and some of that performance to our bull calf ahead of him. Let's give him a round of applause to their champion reserve winner bull calves.
Your reserve champion Fall Junior Bull Calf is 5226 from Darren Osmond. And your class winner and champion Fall Junior Bull Calf is entry 5176 from Vor Moore's Miniature Herefords. Beginning to make their way into the ring now would be Class 202. This is Summer Junior Bull Calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2025. Within this class, we'll have entries 5274 from John Carter, 5242 from Flora Ensico, 5369 from Riley White, 5381 from Roma Ensico, 5355 from Rafter P. Ranch, 5356 from Rafter P. Ranch. And rounding out our class would be entry 5295 from Judy Split. This is the only class within the division, so therefore first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion Summer Junior Bull Calves. And this will be a last call for our miniature Hereford raffles that are taking place. So if anybody would like to partake in that steer raffle, please visit the awards table down on the arena floor. Seek out one of the association members or royalty and they will take you care of, because I think they want your money so you can get a chance to win one of those prizes in that raffle. So if you're looking to do so, please seek one of those individuals out.
Move into our next class and division of bull calves here. Young lady leads off the class. For me, it's just from a masculinity and stoutness and ruggedness of features and creature that she brings to us today. Really have to appreciate his body and his stoutness and his foot size, his testicular development for a bull calf this age, and love the masculinity as you study him up through his jaw and out through his front 1/3. Really have to appreciate this young lady's bull calf. Young lady's bull calf that comes out second here, really smooth, maybe a little more modern in his kind, maybe gives up some of that masculinity and link the front end to our class winner, but really have to appreciate the balance and the structural integrity of this bull calf as you ask him to get out and travel around the ring. The next bull calf that comes out in third maybe is more moderate, maybe the pounds lightest WDA bull calf of our top trio, but really have to appreciate the shape and love his upper hip shape and that down into his twist, and love the flatness of his shoulder, but still has that turn to his top and studies down into his rib cage. Really have to appreciate this bull calf. Just wish he had some more WDA to compete with the two ahead of him today. Young lady's bull calf that comes out next maybe is our high performing bull and maybe our bigger frame bull. Maybe that's maybe a problem for me. I'd like to tone him down just a nickel in his frame score for his age, but just a really good bull calf. Really have to appreciate his length of spine, his length of front end. Just wish I could tone him down a nickel for me today. Young lady that comes out next, really have to appreciate the soundness and structural integrity of him. I really like his top shape. Just maybe gives up some of that performance and some of that things for our class winners in WDA and the depth of body to our class winners. Young man's white-legged stalking bull calf that comes out next. Another same story, different bull. There's a bull right ahead of him. Just maybe doesn't have that length of spine and that twist and the turn to his lower quarter. Wish I could maybe just add a little more testicular development for his age for that bull calf for me today too. The young lady concludes the class, kind of another same story. Maybe they've got a little hair there, but if you study his true shape, he gets a little flatter and plainer in the base of his quarter, gets a little narrow as you study him at the ground. Wish I could just pull him apart just a little more and give him some third dimension down low.
Results for Class 202 of your Summer Junior Bull Calves. 7th place, 53.81 from Roma Ensico. 6th place, 52.74 from John Carter. 5th place, 52.42 from Flora Ensico. 4th place, 53.55 from Rafter P. Ranch. 3rd place, 52.95 from Judy Split. 2nd place and your reserve champion Summer Junior Bull Calf is entry 53.69 from Riley White. 1st place and your champion Summer Junior Bull Calf is entry 53.56 from Rafter P. Ranch. Moving about in the ring at this time is now Class 203. This is Spring Junior Bull Calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We have in this class entries 53.13 from Carly Allison, 53.70 from Riley White, 51.98 from Brenna Thorson, 53.41 from McKenna Camp, 53.63 from Rayleigh Koba, 53.10 from Canyon Dops, 52.21 from Cow Swamp Creek Farms, and rounding out our classes 52.45 from Hat City Cattle Company. Those are your entries that will make up Class 203. Class 203 is the only class within the division, so therefore 1st and 2nd within Class 203 will become your champion and reserve champion Spring Junior Bull Calves.
I took an extra minute here to sort through these three here, and it's some give and take. And if you want to lay your emphasis some other places from where I do, that's fine, and I won't argue with you. But for me, the bull calf that leads off the class is maybe just the combination bull. He's not the most powerful or outward shapely bull we have out here, but he's masculine, and he's long-necked, and he's up-headed, and his neck ties in properly to the top of his shoulder. He has some rib shape. He has some turn to his base of his quarter. I mean, if I could change this one, I'd take the two bulls behind him and take some of their turn, their twist and things and put on him. But I love that shoulder, and that's where he wins this deal. It's at the shoulder point and his testicular development. Those 2 points right there, where his point of his shoulder lays in and his nuts, how they hang properly and square from behind. That one wins the class for me. Young ladies heifer here, bull calf that comes in second. Here, when he first come in the ring, he was wanting to fight the halter. Now he's kind of relaxed and chilled out a little bit. But for me, I wish I could just take some of his pieces and add some what I had out of that one. I wish I could lay the point of his shoulder in just a little bit neater. I love some of the masculinity. I love his crest and his jaw, but I just wish I could just neaten him up and extend him for what he is, and maybe just extend out his hip. He gets a little quick in his hip as you study him from his length from the hook to his pins, and study gets a little upright in his shoulder and open the base of his shoulder. But those are the two little things I could change to make him go ahead of our class winner, but really good bull calf in his own right. The young lady's bull calf that comes out in third, same kind of problems up front. He wants to be a little more open in the base of his shoulder and the point of his shoulder. I wish he wants to toe out a little bit and maybe just knuckle over ever so slightly when you ask him to travel off the rear too. But another big deciding factor is this twist in his scrotal development for me. I wish they hung a little truer and squarer from behind. But those are little things. I love the body and I love the masculinity about this bull. I just wish I could neaten up that chest floor and neaten up through that point of his shoulder. Young ladies bull calf that comes out here next. In any other class, he could be your class winner or division winner. I love the length of spine, the performance, his rib shape, and his length of front end. He just needs some more outward shape and some more structural integrity to compete with the three bulls ahead of him. Just gets a little plainer and flatter at the base of his quarter for me. Young ladies bull calf that comes out next is super intriguing. Has a lot of really cool pieces. He has that explosive hip, and he has that explosive the base of his quarter and his testicular development, and he's got that long, neat, pretty neck. Maybe he'll make some elite females, but for me, he's just not masculine enough compared to my class winners for this age and stage of the game. Really good bull calf in his own right. Young ladies bull calf that comes out next, really good. I love his body and I love his masculinity. Maybe just gets a nickel planer and a little flatter in the base of his quarter. Gets a little planer as you study him up through his front 1/3. Young man's bull calf that comes out next here. Really like the docility and the length of spine that this bull has. I just wish he had some more shape in his upper hip and turn to the base of his quarter. Maybe a little more open and out through his heart and forerib for me today. And the young lady concludes the class. Love the top shape and twist, turn and twist up in his upper hip. I just wish he was a little more neater about and more flamboyant down in his base of his quarter for me today. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 203 of your Spring Junior Bull Calves. 8th place, 5313, Carly Allison. 7th place, 5341 from McKenna Camp. 6th place, 5363 from Rayleigh Koba. 5th place, 5198 from Brenna Thorson. 4th place, 5221 from Cow Swamp Creek Farms. 3rd place, 5370 from Riley White. 2nd place in your reserve champion Spring Junior Bull Calf is entry 5245 from Hat City Cattle Company. And your class winner and your champion Spring Junior Bull Calf is entry 5310 from Canyon Dobbs. Making their way into the ring at this time now is class 204. These are early Spring Junior Bull Calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. In this class, we'll have entries from Taryn Blesson, Judy Split, Manzanola FFA, Cow Swamp Creek Farms, a Riley White entry, Allison Griffin, and Hat City Cattle Company. This is the only class in the division, so therefore the only division winner will be the champion and reserve champion. So first and second becomes your champion and reserve champions.
Young ladies bull calf that leads off our class is a combination bull of balance and power and substance, but has that ties into an eye-appealing package. When that stopper gets set up and his head's cranked up, that love, that masculinity, but the upness and the show appeal and the eye appeal up through his front 1/3, but yet has some muscle and dimension as you study him out through his upper hip and carries some of that power down into the base of his quarter. He's opened up down in his chest full right, and you ask him to get out and travel, he has that some of that extra added give and flex as you ask him to get around this turf. Young ladies bull calf that comes out next, really love the body and center portion and the masculinity and some of the extension he has up through the front 1/3. But when you really get up on top of this bull and analyze him, he gets a little tight and narrow at his pin set, maybe one gets a little shallower in the twist, on his inner twist, and maybe gets a little shallower in his flank when you really get to studying this bull. Young ladies bull that comes out next, really have to appreciate the length of his front end and his length of spine and his scale and his dimension. But just wish he had some more of that upper dimension comparison to the top two. Wish he had some more twist down low and stuff for me to move him up any higher. Young ladies bull calf that comes next has that added twist, but just in a more compact, moderate packaging compared to my top three. Really wish that one just have had a nickel more scale and performance for me today. Young ladies bull calf that comes out next, same story, different bull, really good, love his middle part of his body and love his balance from the side. Just wish I had a little more of him for me today. Young ladies bull calf that comes out next, really appreciate his levelness of line, his levelness of hip, and his extension up through his front 1/3. But yet he becomes a little more plain and flat as you study him up through his front 1/3 and flat in the base of his quarter. And young ladies bull calf that concludes the class, another long, smooth, made type bull. Just wish I had more of him for me today. Thank you.
Results for Class 204 of your early spring junior miniature Hereford bull calves. 7th place, 53-33 from Manzanola FFA. 6th place, 53-93 from Taryn Blesson. 5th place, 52-22 from Cow Swamp Creek Farms. 4th place, 51-83 from Allison Griffin. 3rd place, 52-94 from Judy Split. 2nd place, and your reserve champion early spring junior bull calf is 53-71 from Riley White. And your class winner and your champion early spring junior bull calf is 52-47 from Hat City Cattle Company. Making their way into the ring at this time now is Class 205. This will be winter junior bull calves, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2025. We have 3 entries slated for Class 205. We have entries 53-72 from Riley White, 5400 from William Schneider, and 53-91 from Taylor Woods. This is the only class within the division, so therefore your class winners will become your champion and reserve champion junior bull calves.
For me, it's just the man-child kind of sorts himself to the top pretty handily. I mean, this is a massively designed, big-bodied, stout creature that is super masculine yet up-headed and neat about his front 1/3. And when you ask him to get around the ring, he has enough flex and give off both ends. Nothing to take away from the two bulls behind him, but he just kind of out-horsed you and out-man-childed you today for me. Young ladies bull calf that comes in second, really have to appreciate the smoothness, design, and balance. She's studied from the side and some of the structural integrity he has. He just can crawl inside of that bull calf for me today and just gives up too much WDA to move up any higher. And the young ladies bull calf that concludes the class, really have to appreciate his turn to his top and his upper hip shape. But yeah, I wish one could balance him up from the side and pick him up in his chest floor and soften him down in his flank, maybe squaring him down on his rear too as you ask him to get out and travel. But a really good bull calf in his own right. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 205, third place, entry 5,400 from William Schneider. Second place and your reserve champion winter junior bull calf is 53.72 from Riley White. Your class winner and your champion winter junior bull calf is entry 53.91 from Taylor Woods. Moving about in the ring at this time now will be Class 206. Class 206 is fall intermediate bulls, calved October 1st through December 31st of 2024. Within this class, we have 3 entries. 52.27 comes from Darren Osbent, 52.96 from Judy Split, and 53.94 from Taryn Blesson. These are the only 3 entries in the class and the only class in the division. So this class winner and second place will become your champion and reserve champion fall intermediate bull calves.
Three trio yearling bulls here that are very good in their own right and bring a lot of quality to the table. But for me, it's just the little things. The young lady's bull calf that leads off the class, just some muscle and body and some balance, some structural integrity issues for me that just sort herself to the top. Really have to appreciate the masculinity this bull brings to the table for this young lady. Young man that comes out next here, here's a bull I kind of thought when I first seen him, I kind of liked him a little bit, but when he really gets to study him, he gets a little deeper in his chest floor and a little shallower in his flank. Really have to appreciate the structural quality and the level of lines he brings to the table. Just wish I could balance him up from the side a little better. And the same thing repeats with the young ladies bull calf that comes in third. Really has some upper shape and love that top shape. But when you get behind him and study him down low, he gets a little flatter at the base of his quarter. Maybe doesn't balance up as nice from the side as our class winner does either. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 206 of your Fall Intermediate Bulls. Third place, 52.96 from Judy Split. Second place, and your reserve champion Fall Intermediate Bull, 52.27 from Darren Osment. Your class winner and champion Fall Intermediate Bull, 53.94 from Taryn Blesson. Making their way in the ring at this time now is Class 207. These are Summer Intermediate Bulls, calved July 1st through September 30th of 2024. We have 3 entries in this class, 51.92 from Benjamin Cottle, 51.99 from Brenna Thorson, and 53.89 from Cheryl Erickson. These are the 3 entries that make up Class 207. This is the only class in the division, so first and second within this class become your champion and reserve champion Summer Intermediate Bulls. We'd like to welcome everybody over in our South Devon show ring and those people watching online at Ringside Live. We're starting off with our open show. This is our Pound Maker females. This is Class 101 of the Summer Heifer Calves, calved May 1st of 2025 and after. We have entries in this class from Wright Ranches, Gray Ranch, and White Fila Farms. Results coming in for Class 101 of your South Devon Open Show for your Pound Makers. Second place at 58.02 from Macy Ann Hansen of Fall Creek, Wisconsin. And your class winner was 58.01 from Wright Ranches of Jennings, Kansas. We will move on to Class 102 of Late Spring Heifer Calves.
Over here on the Hereford side, the young lady leads off our September bull calf division here. Just has it overwhelmingly from a muscle and body and power standpoint, just kind of leads himself to the front end. If I could change this bull just a little bit, and part of it's an optical illusion because of his length of spine, I wish I could just soften him up and give him a little more depth of rib cage for me today, but just a really good stout bull calf for that young lady to lead around the ring. Coming in second, bull calf here. Really appreciate the balance and the smoothness of lines this bull brings to the table. Really appreciate his testicular development for his age. Just wish there was more of him to compete and more shaped like our class winner is today. And the bull calf that concludes the class, once again, really have to appreciate the smoothness of his shoulder and his angles of his lines. Just wish I could just balance him up from the side, pick him up in his chest floor and soften him down to his heart and forward a little bit. Maybe get him a little more flex and give off both ends for me today, but a really good bull calf in his own right. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 207 of your Summer Intermediate Bulls. Third place, 5192 from Benjamin Caudle. Second place and your reserve champion Summer Intermediate Bull is 5389 from Cheryl Erickson. And your first place class winner and champion Summer Intermediate Bull is entry 5199 from Brenna Thorson. Moving about in the ring for the South Devons is Class 102. This is late spring heifer calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We have 3 entries that make up Class 102. This is entries 5804 from Lauren Zabel, 5805 from Lindsay Strach, and 5806 from Zimmer Land and Livestock. Results for Class 102 of your late spring heifer calves. In your South Devon show, the third place, 5806, comes from Zimmer Land and Livestock of Bay City, Wisconsin. Second place was 5805 from Lindsay Strach of Fairchild, Wisconsin. And your class winner was 5804 from Lauren Zabel. We will now bring back our class winners from classes 101 and 102, and our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, will select your champion or reserve champion spring heifer calves. Over in your miniature Hereford show ring, we now have moving about the ring, Class 208. This is Spring Intermediate Bulls. They were calved April 1st through June 30th. We have entries from Cow Swamp Creek Farms, Riley White, Judy Split, and Dalen Williams.
Over here on our Hereford side, I guess it's some give and take between my class winner and her second. We have some structure issues on both bulls that I wish I could change. But the good parts on the bull that leads our class off and wins our division is just his body and his masculinity, his muscle shape. Really have to appreciate all those things he ties into a pretty cool package as you study him. But his problems lie when you ask someone to get out and move. He wants to throw his legs out and walk outside of his body and outside of his squareness off his rear too. I wish I could just get him to relax and walk inside of his body cavity as you ask him to get out and travel and move him. He could be a pretty good contender if he could do that later on today. Young lady's bull calf that comes in second. His problems lay on both ends. He does want to travel inside of his body, but his problems are when he's standing there, he gets a little upright in his shoulder. He toes out and points a little more east and west on his front end. And then when you ask him to travel, he gets a little more restricted in his hawk movement as you ask him to get around the ring. But really do have to appreciate the top shape and muscle shape this one brings to the table. Just wish I could free him up a little bit off both ends. Young man's bull calf that comes out next, really appreciating the masculinity and stoutness and features through his jaw and up through his front 1/3, but he just kind of runs out of power as you study him from behind, study him as he balances up from the side. Wish I could just having a little more testicular development and stand down, hang square as you study him from behind. And then young lady's bull calf that concludes the class. Really appreciate the shape and dimension this one has. Just wish she had more of it and had some more softness or rib cage as you study him from the side. But a really good bull calf that's stout and shapely in his kind. Just wish more of him.
Results from Class 208 of your Spring Intermediate Bulls. Fourth place, 5231 from Dalen Williams. Third place, 5223 from Cow Swamp Creek Farms. Second place in your Reserve Champion Spring Intermediate Bull was 5297 from Judy Split. First place and your Champion Spring Intermediate Bull was 5373 from Riley White. Moving about the ring now for your Hereford show will be Class 209. These will be Winter Intermediate Bulls, calf January 1st through March 31st of 2024. We'll have two entries, both of them coming from William Schneider. These are the only two entries in the class and the only class in the division. So therefore, first and second between these will become your Champion and Reserve Champion Winter Intermediate Bulls. Results coming in for Class 103 of your Spring Heifers in your Pound Maker Female Show. Third place was 5807, coming from Kelsey Zimmer of Bay City, Minnesota. Second place was 5809. That is a donated calf from Walnut Grove and C&S Livestock, which is shown by Brady Mitchell of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. And your class winner was entry 5808 from DLCC Ranch of Piers, Minnesota. Moving about the ring now for your Pound Maker show would be Class 104. Those will be junior heifer calves, calved January through February 28th of 2025. We'll have two entries that will make up that class. It'll be 5810 from DLCC Ranch and 5811 from James Damon.
I'll flip these bulls as from the way they walked in here. It simply just boils down to a structural integrity and a movement issue for me. Young lady's bull calf that will lead off the class with the length of spine. Really have to love the levelness lines he has. But his biggest advantage over the bull in second is his structural integrity. As he actually this one travel out off both ends, he's square and he points north and south and reaches out and grabs the turf off both ends as true as any of the two in the ring. I really have to appreciate that. Granted, the bull in second, he is the bigger bodied, more shapely bull, but his biggest defeat or downfall for him today is when you ask him to get out and travel, he wants to roll in and get pitching to it off both ends, off the front end. He wants to roll out on his rear hock, just a nickel for me on both ends. So for me, that's just a structural issue deal, but really have to appreciate the body and depth of rib and the muscle shape this one brings to the table. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 209 on your miniature Hereford Bull Show. Second place and your reserve champion winter intermediate bull is entry 5401 from William Schneider. And first place and your champion winter intermediate bull is 5402 from William Schneider. We will move right into our next class of bulls. This will be our final class of our bulls for individuals. This will be Class 210. These are senior 2-year-old bulls, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We will have entries from Jim Phillips, Judy Split, Cow Swamp Creek Farms, Caden Alexander, Jack Koba, and Hat City Cattle Company. These are the only entries in the class and the only class in the division. So therefore, first and second within Class 210 will become your champion and reserve champion senior bulls. Results coming in for Class 104 of your junior heifers in the Pound Maker Show for their South Devons. Second place, 5811 from Jane Damon. First place went to entry 5810 from DLCC Ranch. At this time, now within our South Devon Pound Maker Show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 103 and 104. Our judge, Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska, will select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer calves. Your champion junior heifer calf comes out of Class 103. That is entry 5808 from DLCC Ranch of Piers, Minnesota. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes out of Class 104. That is entry 5810, also from DLCC Ranch of Piers, Minnesota. Moving about in the South Devon Pound Maker female show ring is going to be Class 106. These are senior heifer calves. They were calved September 1st through October 31st of 2024. We have a single entry within this class. This is entry 5813 from Jillian Kneep from Mount Ayr, Iowa.
Little differences sort these two bulls apart. We got a dehorned horn bull and a horned bull that still has his antlers on him, which is not a deterrent at all. I mean, the guy next ring over here using the mic, he shows a lot of big horn bulls that are good. Actually, I just watched him show a good 2-year-old last week. That was really good. But young lady's bull that starts off the ring here for me, just an outward shape and substance, and just more the turn that he has and carries that dimension down into his lower 1/3 and the depth of body he has, for me, just sorts his way up to the top. Really have to appreciate the antler bull here for me. Love his length of spine, love his turn to his shape and turn to the base of his quarter. Just I wish I could balance him up a little bit, just pick him up in his chest floor just a nickel and soften him down into his flank, but just a really good long spine bull that comes in second. Young man's bull that comes in third here. From the profile, you really have to love this bull. You love his masculinity up through his front 1/3 and his shape and turn to his top of his quarter. But just I wish he would give a little more dimension as you study him down in the base and down into his lower twist. He gets a little shallower in his tying from the inside for me. Young lady's bull comes out next. Here's a really good stout made bull from his upper hip, but just maybe gets a little shallower in his kind and maybe a little more restricted in his movement as you ask him to travel off his rear end. Young man's bull comes out next here. Long spine, long masculine made type bull. Maybe just doesn't balance up as neat from the side. Wish I could clean up through his chest floor just for me a little bit. And then the young man concludes the class. Really good shapely bull. Just maybe just wish I had a little more of him and stretch him out just a nickel for the bulls above him.
Results coming in from Class 210 of your miniature Hereford Bull Show. Sixth place was 5270 from Jim Phillips. Fifth place was 5259 from Jack Koba. Fourth place, 5298 from Judy Split. Third place, 52-24 from Cow Swamp Creek Farms. Second place and your reserve champion senior bull was 52-03 from Caden Alexander. And your class winner and champion senior bull was 52-48 from Hat City Cattle Company. At this time, we'll set up our ring, and we will bring back all of our bull division winners, and our judge will select your grand champion and reserve grand champion bulls. Also at this time, for our miniature Herefords, we would like to do some announcements for our next year's 2026 Royalty and Ambassadors. Those individuals that were running for Royalty and Ambassadors were AJ Camp, Carly Allison, John Carter, McKenna Camp, Shelby Reish, Jaden Wilgenbush, Ashlyn Fultonwider, and Olivia Carlos. So our new slate of officers and royalty are as follows. Your Region 8 is Olivia Carlos. For Region 6, it will be AJ Camp. For Region 4, Ashlyn Fullenwider. Region 7, John Carter. Region 5, Jaden Wilgenbush. Your queen will be McKenna Camp. Your 2026 princess is Shelby Reish. And your 2026 junior princess is Carly Allison. Congratulations to 2026's new royalty and ambassadors for the Miniature Herefords Association. And we also have to do our drawing for the raffle. I believe this is for the steer raffle, which has been donated by Scott Show Cattle of Lubbock, Texas. And if they need to use the judge's microphone to announce that, they could.
If I got to talk on it, you can talk on it.
The winner of the steer is Sage Hartnell.
Congratulations.
Jerry, where are you?
I was going to say congratulations to Sage for winning a steer.
Hopefully they're watching. They're in Oregon.
Gotcha. Perfect. Well, congratulations if you are watching on Ringside Live. With the conclusion of those events, we will now get staged for our Grand Champion Bull Drive for our miniature Herefords. Back over in our South Devon Poundmaker show ring, we have gotten ourselves ready for classes 108, which is our early summer yearling heifers. These will be calved May 1st through June 30th of 2024. Within this class, we will have entries 5814 from DLCC Ranch of Piers, Minnesota. 5815 comes from Owen Kiln of Wassaicup, Minnesota. And 5816 comes from Brady Mitchell of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. This is the only class within the division, so therefore first and second within this class will become your division champion and reserve champions. Coming into the ring now for your miniature Hereford show is all of your champions from their respective divisions. From the first division of junior bull calves in the fall category, your champion comes from 4 Moores Miniature Herefords, the reserve being from Darren Osbent. From your second division of summer junior bull calves, your champion is 5356 from Rafter P Ranch. Your reserve champion is from Riley White. From your third division of spring junior bull calves, your champion is Canyon Dops, the reserve being from Hat City Cattle Company. From your fourth division, your champion early spring junior bull calf comes from Hat City Cattle Company, the reserve being from Riley White. From your fifth division of winter junior bull calves, your champion 5391 from Taylor Woods, the reserve being 5372 from Riley White. From your sixth division of fall intermediate bulls, your champion 5394 from Taryn Blesson, the reserve being 5227 from Darren Osment. From your seventh division of your summer intermediate bulls, your champion 5199 from Brenna Thorson, the reserve being from 5389 of Cheryl Erickson. From your eighth division of your spring intermediate bulls, your champion 5373 from Riley White, the reserve being 5297 from Judy Split. From your ninth division of winter intermediate bulls, your champion 5402 William Schneider, the reserve being 5401 from William Schneider. And from your last division of senior bulls, your champion 5248 comes from Hat City Cattle Company, the reserve being 5203 from Caden Alexander. Those are your champions in consideration for your grand and reserve grand champion miniature Hereford bulls. Your results coming in for Class 108 of your early summer yearling heifers in your pound maker female show. Third place, 5816 from Brady Mitchell. Second place, 5815 from Owen Kilm. He also becomes your reserve champion summer heifer. And your class winner and your champion summer heifer is 5814 from DLCC Ranch. Moving about in the ring for your pound maker show will now be Class 109. These will be spring yearling females. Calve March 1st through April 30th of 2024.
We get all our division winners back out here. Let's give all these breeders and exhibitors a big round of applause. Kind of like I said during the female drive, it was been fortunate enough to sort through these times a couple times, and the heat gets turned up more and more, and the quality and the exhibition of the cattle is just immensely great. I know I got one more drive to get through, and I know the Gelby people are wanting to get in here and get the showing, but I mean, the numbers and quality has been tremendous, and it's taken a few minutes to sort through some of these deals. But one more time, let's give them a real round of applause, and I'll go out and show you the two bulls that I like. You guys might differ a little bit in some of your breeding philosophies, but these are for me the masculine stallion bulls that kind of can work for me. And if I was breeding miniature Herefords in my program, let's give them a round of applause, and I'll go out and show you the two I like.
Your grand champion bull comes from your 5th division. That is your champion winter junior bull calf 5391 from Taylor Woods. Your reserve grand champion bull comes from your early spring junior bull calf division. That is 5247 from Hat City Cattle Company. Congratulations to all of our champions. We will now roll right into our pair of bulls class, which will be class 402. Over in your South Devon Pound Makers show ring, we have Class 109A. These are spring yearling heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2024. We have 2 entries. 5819 comes from Carly McCracken of Alva, Oklahoma. 5821 comes from Jace Peterson of Pella, Iowa. Results for Class 109A of spring yearling pound maker heifers. Second place, 5821 from Jace Peterson. First place, 5819 from Carly McCracken. We'll move right into Class 110 within our South Devon Pound Makers show. Class 110 will be junior yearling heifers. These will be calved January 1st through February 28th of 2024. We will have a single entry within Class 110. This will be entry 5823, coming from White Vila Farms of Wadena, Minnesota. Results for Class 110 of Junior Yearling Heifers. First place, 58-23 from Whitefila Farms. At this time, now within that Pound Maker show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 109, 109A, and 110. And our judge will select your champion and reserve champion junior heifers. Over in your miniature Herefords, we now have in the ring class 402. These are a pair of bulls. We have entries in this class from Rafter P. Ranch, Judy Split. 2 entries from Riley White, Darren Osment, Judy Split, Brennan Thorson, William Schneider, and Hat City Cattle Company. Your champion junior heifer is entry 5819, coming from class 109A. That comes from Carly McCracken. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class 110. That is 5823 from Whitefila Farms. Some results to get to from your pair of bulls show over the miniature Herefords. We'll go really quickly so we can get over here to Mr. Hoffman. But 8th place was Judy Split. 7th place, Darren Osmond. 6th place, William Snyder. 5th place, Riley White. 4th place, Judy Split. 3rd place, Brenna Thorson. 2nd place, your reserve champion pair of bulls was Riley White. And your champion pair of bulls was from Hat City Cattle Company. Now we'll hear from Mr. Hoffman. Results for class of 501 over here in your pound maker show. 2nd place and your reserve champion pound maker cow-calf pair was 5824. That comes from Edward Winters. Your class winner and your champion pound maker cow-calf pair was entry 5825 from Megan Fellbaum. At this time, we will now bring back our division winners. Our judge will select your grand and reserve grand champion pound maker females. Over in your miniature Hereford show ring, we will now have class 403. This will be Get of Sires. Within this class, we'll have entries from Hat City Cattle Company, Riley White, Brenna Thorson, Rafter P. Ranch, Mesa Arnold, William Snyder, and Darren Osment. Your grand champion pound maker female is also your champion junior heifer. That is from Carly McCracken. Your reserve champion pound maker female comes from your first division, which is your spring heifer calf champion. That is entry 5801 from Wright Ranches. Results from your Class 403 of your Get of Sires. Your reserve champion Get of Sire was Mesa Arnold, and your champion Get of Sire was Hat City Cattle Company. Within our South Devon Pound Maker show, we have paused for a momentary picture break of the backdrop with all of our champions. Once that is done and concluded with the pictures of the backdrop, we will start up with Class 201 of Summer Bull Calves. So give us just a minute and we'll get continuing with that. As far as what's going on over in our miniature Hereford show ring, we will start up with our prospect steers here shortly. We're going to go ahead and reset our ring. We do have a few exhibitors that are making their way back to the stalls. They've got to grab their animals, and then they'll make their way back into the ring. So give us just a few minutes, and we'll get started with our first class, which will be 501A of our prospect steers. We welcome all of our exhibitors back into the ring. This is Class 501A of Prospect Steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2025. We have 4 entries in this class: 5177 from 4 Moore's Miniature Herefords, 5213 from Chase Hunter, 5196 from Blakely Murphy, and 5285 from Journey Harris. This is our first class of 5 Prospect Steers. The weight range on this class is 276 pounds to 391 pounds.
Start off our Prospect Steer division. Young little blonde-headed girl with this steer is really shapely and is type and kind and eye-appealing as you study him from the side. When you ask this one to get out and travel, he has that extra give and move off both ends. Just a really good young Prospect Steer for this young lady to start with. Next steer coming in line, a long spine, smooth made type steer that ties deeply in his twist, ties deep into that quarter in the base. Just really wish he had just a nickel more shape and width in his upper hip to compete with the steer ahead of him. Young lady coming out in third here, dark red steer. Really appreciate his deep color and his rib shape. Just maybe I wish I could balance him up from the side a little bit, clean up his chest floor just a nickel and soften him down into his flank. I do realize they're little prospects, but to compete with the 2 ahead of him, I wish he was just a little more balanced from the side. And the steer that concludes the class really love his balance from the side, but gets a little narrow and tracks a little narrow and knuckles over on that rear passengers a little bit for me, too much for me today to move any higher.
Results for Class 501A of your Prospect Steers: 4th place, 5177 from 4 Moore's Miniature Herefords. 3rd place, 5213 from Chase Hunter. 2nd place, 5285 from Journey Harris. And your class winner was 5196 from Blakely Murphy. We'll move right into Class 501B. This is Prospect Steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2025. We'll have 4 entries that make up Class 501B. Those entries include 5303 from Juno Hunter, 5257 from Hayes Dixon, 5279 from Jordan Chavara, and 5261 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Those are your 4 entries that will make up Class 501B. The weight range on Class 501B is 427 pounds to 498 pounds.
Moving up in her weight class in the next prospect steer class, young lady brings me a steer that's super shapely and love his dimension as you study him from behind. Got some balance and some structural integrity. Just wish maybe we could just free him up just a little bit, and that's getting pretty picky, but still sound enough to be a prospect steer for me. Really stout, powerful steer. Two cowboy brothers here showing the next steer. Really love the balance and the side profile of the steer. Just wish he had some more upper shape at his upper hip and down into his twist to compete with the steer ahead of him, but just a really good balanced, good prospect steer for those two cowboys to show. The young man that concludes the class, really like the shape and the smoothness of his front end, just runs out of balance and power to compete with the two ahead of him today. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results for Class 501B of your prospect steers. Third place, 5303 from Juno Hunter. Second place, 5257 from Hayes Dixon. And your class winner was 5261 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Making their way into the ring at this time now is Class 501C of prospect steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2025. We have a weight range on this class of 503 to 577. We have 3 entries that will make up this class. 5216 from Colton Baumgartner, 5255 from Hat City Cattle Company, and 5387 from Cheryl Erickson. Those are your 3 entries that make up Class 501C. Results for Class 201 of your summer bull calves in your Poundmaker South Devon show. First place, 5826 from Megan Fellbaum of Swanville, Minnesota. She also becomes your champion spring bull calf. We will move right on to Class 203. These will be spring bull calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We have 3 entries slated for this class: 5828 from Jillian Kneep, 5829 from DLCC Ranch, and 5830 from Fick Cattle Company.
Moving up another weight division here in our prospect deal. Young lady steer leads off the class, just wins it from a balance standpoint, structural integrity, has that extra give and move off both ends, but balances up so nice from the side for me today. Young man steer that comes in second, maybe he's a little more shapely in his type and kind, but when you study from the side, he gets a little off in his hooks to pins, maybe shallows up in his flank, just a tickle for me, and maybe has some more structural integrity. That's why he gets ahead of the third place steer. Steer in third maybe has a little more shape through the base of his quarter and down has a little more softness in his rib cage. But when he asks this one to travel, it gets a little restricted in his hock and pasture movement as it goes away from you. But let's give him a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results for Class 501C of your prospect steers. Third place, 5387 from Cheryl Erickson. Second place, 5216 from Colton Baumgartner. And your class winner was 5255 from Hat City Cattle Company. Making their way into the ring now is 501D of prospect steers. We have 2 entries slated for this class, 53-52 from Quincy McIntyre and 53-31 from Macy Mitchell. There's 2 entries in this class, and we have a weight range of 602 to 630 pounds.
Here I'm moving up another weight class in our prospect steer division. The young lady steer for me just simply has the body and capacity and the upward shape for me to the upper hip and muscle and pattern for me to lead the class off. If I could just change the steer, maybe I'd lay his tail head down in him just a nickel more, maybe just soften him a nickel in his flank, but just a really good stout, good sound made steer for this young lady to lead off this class. Young man steer comes out in second, super long spine, real smooth shouldered, long neck steer. Just maybe gets a little shallower in his body capacity. I wish I could just soften him up in his rib cage just a little bit for me today, but a really good long made steer for this young man.
Results coming in from Class 203 on your Pound Maker show. Third place, 58-30, went to Fick Cattle. Second place was 58-28 from Jillian Kneep. And your class winner was 58-29 from DLCC Ranch. We'll have in the ring for your Pound Maker show now Class 204 of junior bull calves. Those bulls will be calved from January through February of 28th of 2025. We'll have 2 entries within that class. We'll have entry 5831 from JVM Cattle Company and 5832 from Jillian Kneep. In our miniature Hereford show ring now, we have Class 501E of prospect steers.
Single entry here in our heaviest of our prospect steers. Young lady's got a super eye appealing muscular type of steer. Love his hair coat. Somebody's been spending some time and he's beautiful haired and soft and soft in his rib cage and soft in his muscle pattern. Really appreciate the quality this steer has. If I could change this steer a little bit, when you ask him to get out and move, he wants to knuckle over on that pasture and ever so slightly on both ends. But I just wish he would just be a little sounder. But really good soft made, stout made steer for this young lady. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results coming in for Class 501E of your prospect steers for the miniature Herefords. First place, 5205 from Channing Floyd. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion prospect steers. Your class winners returning for your Grand Champion Prospect Steer selection from Class 501A, first place, 5196 from Blakely Murphy. Second place being entry 5285 from Journey Harris. From Class 501B, first place, 5261 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Second place being 5257 from Hayes Dixon. From Class 501C, first place, 5255 from Hat City Cattle Company. Second place being 5216 from Colton Baumgartner. From Class 501D, first place, 5331 from Macy Mitchell. Second place being 5352 from Quincy McIntyre. And coming from Class 501E, first place, 5205 from Channing Floyd. Those are your first and second place entries in contention for your champion and reserve champion prospect steers. Walking into our South Devon show ring is now Class 204. These are junior bull calves, calved January through February 28th of 2025. We have those entries 5831 from JVM Cattle Company of Pella, Iowa, and 5832 from Jillian Kniep of Mount Ayr, Iowa.
Let's give all these young exhibitors a big round of applause and these prospect steers. I mean, there's a lot of give and take. I mean, we're talking prospect steers, so they have a lot of future left in their life. I mean, their terminal date's not for many, many months down the road. So right now, it's just, I guess, personal preference, which one I like, which one's shapely, which one's got some eye appeal, which one's the coolest made one, sound enough. I guess it just boils down to what little things I like, and I guess there's a couple steers out here that kind of fit what I would think for a prospect steer should look at right now. So I'll go ahead and I'll select to show you the two that I like. Let's give them one more big round of applause as I do so.
Your champion prospect steer comes from Class 501A. That is entry 5196 from Blakely Murphy. Your reserve champion prospect steer comes from Class 501E. That is 5205 from Channing Floyd. Results for Class 204 of Junior Bull Calves within your South Devon Poundmakers show. Second place, 5831 from JVM Cattle Company. First place, 5832 from Jillian Kneep. At this time, we will now bring back our first and second place winners from classes 203 and 204. Our judge, Jason Hoffman, will select your champion and reserve champion junior bull calves. Over in your miniature Hereford show ring, we now have in the ring Class 502A. This is market steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have a single entry within this first class. This is entry 5258 from Jace Murphy. The weight range on this animal is 648 pounds.
Single entry here to start off our market steer show. Really have to appreciate the smoothness and body capacity of the steer. Just wish I could clean him up from the side and balance him up a nickel and lay him up, clean him up in his chest floor and soften him in his flank. But really good, sound, smooth made steer for this young man to start off a market show.
Your results for your champion drive over in your South Devon show. The reserve champion junior bull calf was entry 5829 from DLCC Ranch. Your champion junior bull calf was entry 5832, and that was from Jillian Kneep. We will make way for class 212 within the South Devon show. This will be a single entry within this class and the only class in its division. So first place within class 212 will become your champion senior bull. Class 212 is a 2-year-old bull, calved January 1st through June 30th of 2023. We have a single entry from JVM Cattle Company. Results from Class 212, first place, and your champion senior bull, 5834 from JVM Cattle Company of Pella, Iowa. At this time, within our Pound Maker show, we will bring back our division champions, and our judge will select now your grand and reserve champion Pound Maker bulls. In your miniature Hereford show ring, we now have moving about Class 502B. These are market steers, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have a weight range on this class of 738 to 798 pounds. Within this class, we have entries 5314 from Carson Clements, 5287 from Jude Jones, 5214 from Chase Hunter, and 5232 from Dalen Williams. Those are your 4 entries that make up Class 502B. Your grand champion pound maker bull is coming from your senior division. That is 5834 from JVM Cattle Company. Your reserve champion pound maker bull comes from the junior bull calf division. That is entry 5832 from Jillian Kneep. At this time, within our South Devon Pound Maker Show, we will pause for pictures at the backdrop with our champions and our judge. Once those pictures have concluded, we will move right into Class 301, which will be our South Devon Heifers.
Steer leads off this Hereford market steer division. For me, just balances up so nice from the side. I mean, he looks like a little miniature fat steer to me. I mean, that one's so soft in his forerib and soft in his flank. Has that mature fat steer look to him for me. Just love the structural integrity as this one gets out and travels and wants to move around the ring. Young lady steer that comes in second, long spine, stout feature, ties deep in his twist. Maybe just doesn't have the maturity looking pattern as the steer that wins the class, as he gets a little shallower in his flank for me today, but just a really good stout long spine steer to come in second. Young man steer that comes in third, another long spine, stout upper hip steer, maybe just doesn't balance up as nicely from the side. He gets a little deeper in his chest and a little shallower down as you study him from forward to flank. And the young man that concludes the class, another really long spine, smooth made type steer. This maybe simply needs some more days on feed and some maturity to soften up that middle portion of his body.
Results for Class 502B of Market Steers: fourth place, 5314 from Carson Clements. Third place, 5287 from Jude Jones. Second place, 5232 from Dalen Williams. And your class winner, 5214 from Chase Hunter. Moving right along into Class 502C of our Market Steers within the miniature Herefords. These again were calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. And we have a weight range on this class of 812 to 896 pounds. Within this class, we have entries 5325 from Leanna O'Rourke, 5194 from Berkeley Went, 5361 from Rafter P. Ranch, 5385 from Shea Kress, and rounding out our class is 5186 from Bo Dixon.
two super high quality market steers to start off this class. For me, it's just the little things and the softness and the upper hip shape, I guess, of our class winner that kind of leads my class winner. Both steers are soft in their kind and have that fat steer look to the side, but once you get up on this steer that wins and maybe just has that extra shape and turn to his top of his hip shape and carries that down and truer into his twist, nothing to take away from the steer that comes in second. I know he's wanting to be a knucklehead and not wanting to lead as the greatest, but still a super high quality steer that you really like from the profile. But when you get up, step in behind him, he maybe gets a little base narrow from behind and maybe gets a little narrower and tapers to his pins and then the inside of his lower twist. But just a really good high quality steer to come in second. Young man that comes in third here, really love this steer's power and dimension and body. But just if I could just change him and set him back in his shoulder blade just a nickel and maybe soften him up in his flank and clean him up through his chest floor just a nickel to balance up from the side and give me a little more eye appeal. He can maybe move up a hole or two. Here's a steer that's maybe the problem child for me that comes out next. This young lady's leading. Super stout, super shapely up in his upper part of his skeleton. Has that shape down into his lower skeleton. But when he stops and parks him, he wants to roll over in his knee and buck over in his front end just a little bit and gets a little too upright in his shoulder for me to move any higher. And the young lady concludes the class, really another long spine, smooth made type steer. It's really loving his rib cage. Just maybe gives up some of the extras to move up any higher for me today. Thank you.
Results for Class 502C of your market steers. 5th place, 53.25 from Leanna O'Rourke. 4th place, 53.61 from Rafter P. Ranch. 3rd place, 51.86 from Bo Dixon. 2nd place, 51.94 from Berkeley Went. And your class winner, 53.85 from Shea Kress. Moving about into the ring would now be Class 502D. These will be market steers once again, calved January 1st through December 31st of 2023. Within Class 502D, we will have steers in the weight range of 909 to 930 pounds. In this class, we'll have entries 5210 from Charlie Lane, 5346 from Mesa Arnold, 5379 from Riley White, 5304 from Kaylee McGuire, and 5187 from Bo Peterson. Those are your 5 entries that will make up Class 502D. Over in your South Devon show, we now have started our Class 301. These are summer heifer calves, calved May 1st of 2025 and after. We have 2 entries within this class. 5835 comes from Chase Terry of Winchester, Kansas, and 5836 from RP Farms of Swanville, Minnesota. Results for Class 301 of your summer heifer calves. Second place, 58.35 from Chase Terry. First place, 58.36 from RP Farms. We will now bring up Class 302. Class 302 will be late spring heifer calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We'll have 2 entries that'll make up Class 302, 58.37 from Jillian Kneep of Mount Ayr, Iowa, and 58.38 from Kelsey Zimmer of Bay City, Michigan.
Young steer, lady steer that leads off the class for me just has that fat steer look. I mean, he's soft in his chest and soft in his flank, stout and muscled and shapely. Maybe not the longest spine thing, but so shapely in his kind. Really still, but has that eye appeal as you study him up through his front 1/3. Just a really good steer in his own right. Young lady steer that comes next, maybe a tickle longer spine and longer neck and more eye appealing up through his front 1/3. Maybe just doesn't have that softness in his flank and softness in that fat steer and more maturity look as our class winner, but a good stout shapely steer in his own right. Young lady steer that comes next maybe has that softness, but maybe gives up that shape and power in the upper hip and his base of his quarter as our 2 class steers ahead of him, but still a good steer in his own right. Young lady steer is another long spine that's soft in his side, but maybe just gets a little plainer and nondescript in his shape as you study him up high. Maybe as you study him down into the base of his quarter, gets once again a little more nondescript in his shape for me. And the young lady steer that concludes the class, another eye-appealing steer up through his front 1/3. Maybe it gives up some of that shape and power and softness in his base of his quarter, and maybe down through his flank. If we could soften him up, he can move up a nickel higher for me today.
Results coming in for Class 302 of your late spring heifer calves within your South Devon show. 58.37 takes second place. That is Jillian Kneep. And your class winner was 58.38 from Kelsey Zimmer. Moving in the ring at this time for your South Devon show is Class 302A. These are late spring heifer calves, calved April 1st through the 30th of 2025. We'll have 4 entries that will make up this class. 58.39 comes from Jillian Kneep of Mount Ayr, Iowa. 58.40 from Chase Terry of Winchester, Kansas. 58.41 from Joseph Hanfiller from Little Falls, Minnesota. And 58.42 from Megan Fellbaum of Swanville, Minnesota. This is our last class within the division. Results to get to in Class 502D of Market Steers. 5th place, 53.04 from Kaylee McGuire. 4th place, 52.10 from Charlie Lane. 3rd place, 53.46 from Mesa Arnold. 2nd place, 51.87 from Bo Peterson. And your class winner was 53.79 from Riley White. In the ring at this time for your miniature Herefords is 502E of Market Steers. We have a weight range on this class of 1,002 to 1,096 pounds. We have 4 entries, 52.09 from Charlie Lane, 51.85 from Bo Dixon, 52.56 from Hat City Cattle Company, and 52.62 from Jaden Wilgenbush. Results coming in for Class 302A of your late spring heifer calves. Third place, 5841 from Joseph Hanfler. Second place, 5842 from Megan Fellbaum. And your class winner was 5839 from Jillian Kneep. At this time, within our South Devon show, we will bring back our class winners from classes 301, 302, and 302A, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calves. Your champion spring heifer calf is entry 5838, coming out of class 302. That is Kelsey Zimmer. Reserve champion spring heifer calf is entry 5836 from RP Farms.
Did a little more ciphering here in our last class of market steers, but for me, I guess the young lady steer that wins the class just kind of follows the type and kind of I've been trying to use, some ones that are softness and balance, cleanliness through her chest floor, but yet still has some shape and some eye appeal, and I think this steer fits the budget for me today. Maybe if I could just change him a little bit, I'd lay him back just ever so slightly and nickel in his blade and give some more angle to his shoulder, but he's still adequate, plenty adequate for a fat steer to have him travel around the ring and sets over need for me today. Young lady steer comes in second, so fresh in his appearance, and that applies to his hair coat. It is a genuine helpful so much, but when you really get to analyzing the steer, maybe he's a nickel softer and deeper in his chest floor than he needs to be, and just a little shallower in his flank and his maturity pattern, and when you really get to studying through some of that nice soft hair this young lady's put on the steer. But still, I love the shape in his upper hip and everything. I just wish he was just a nickel softer in his type and kind. The young man concludes the class. Here's another really good soft made steer from his shoulder back. I just wish I could extend him up through his neck and just clean up through his chest floor just ever so slightly and pick him up through his chest floor for me to move any higher and maybe get him just a little more less restricted in his moving off both ends. But three really good fat steers for these young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results for Class 502E of your market steers. Third place, 5185 from Bo Dixon. Second place, 5209 from Charlie Lane. And your class winner was 5256 from Hat City Cattle Company. At this time, within our Miniature Hereford show, we will bring back our class winners for our market steer category, and our judge will select your champion and reserve champion market steers. Over in your South Devon show, we now have in the ring class 303. These are spring heifer calves, calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We have 3 entries in this class: 5843 from Paige Fellbaum of Swanville, Minnesota, 5844 from Joseph Henfler of Little Falls, Minnesota, and 5845 from DLC Ranch of Piers, Minnesota. Miniature Hereford show ring, we are now bringing in our class winners from our market steers. So from class number 502A, first place was Chase Murphy. From class 502B, first place 5214 from Chase Hunter. Second place 5232 from Dalen Williams. From class 502C, first place 5385 from Shay Kress. Second place 5194 Berkeley Went. From class 502D, first place 5379 from Riley White. Second place 5187 from Bo Peterson. And from your last class, 502E, first place 5256 from Hat City Cattle Company. And second place being 5209 from Charlie Lane. Results for Class 303 of spring heifer calves within the South Devon show. Third place, 5843 from Paige Fellbaum. Second place, 5844 from Joseph Hanfler. And your class winner was 5845 from DLCC Ranch. Moving about the ring at this time is now Class 303A of spring heifer calves. These were calved March 1st through the 31st of 2025. We have 2 entries, 5847 from Trice Vander Molen and 5848 from Sierra Steinlicht.
As we wrap up in here on our Market Steer Show on our Mini Hereford side, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the Mini Hereford Association for inviting me, and the National Western Stock Show for inviting me and giving me the privilege to be one of the very first people to sort livestock in this brand new, beautiful facility that they've built here. Let's give the National Western a big round of applause for this great facility they've built. I think I've got 5 steers out here that represent the miniature Hereford breed in a market steer division. I mean, I realize we're not the full-scale cattle, but these are truly miniature versions of what a fat steer lineup would look like in my mind with the steers that would be presented to me. I think I've got 2 in my mind that I think represent a fat steer, mature fat steer look for me. I'll go out and I'll show you, give the 2 that I like. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as I do so, and thank you again for the opportunity to come out and sort through your livestock today.
Your champion market steer comes from Class 502D. That is 5379 from Riley White. Your reserve champion market steer comes from Class 502C. That is 53.85 from Shea Kress. Results for Class 303A within your spring heifers on your South Devon show ring. Second place, 58.48 from Sierra Steinlich. Your class winner was 58.47 from Trice Vandermolen. At this time, we will now clear out our ring and bring up Class 304. Class 304 will be junior heifer calves, calved January through February 28th of 2025. We have 2 entries slated for this class. 58.49 comes from Julie Damon, and 58.50 comes from the Fick Cattle Company. As far as our miniature Hereford show is concerned, we appreciate everybody being here and watching online at Ringside Live. We have completed and concluded our show with the miniature Herefords, so we appreciate and thank and congratulate all of our exhibitors on a well-earned year of hard work. We will get them cleaned out and cleared out, and we will make way for our Gelby show, which will start promptly.